Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Which simulator are you on, Paxis? By the way, we've made some changes, as you can see. I hope they are somewhat nice. You let me know. I mean, the overlay is obviously very simplistic. Nothing too special about it, but I finally wanted to have my own instead of using Volanta. So we have one. We also have a starting soon screen, and I also started streaming on YouTube. I mean, both YouTube and the what's Twitch. If you're looking for any type of Immersia like plugins for Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think generally OK option might be FS Realistic, but I would start with some nicer airplanes as well. Phoenix is a fantastic airplane. If you really enjoy Airbus, it topples fly-by-wire. I mean, fly-by-wire is great too because it's freeware, and for what it's worth, for a free airplane, it's quite nice. But if you really look to immerse yourself and learn a little bit more, Phoenix is a great option. In my opinion, hands down the best airplane for that simulator at the moment. Okay, guys. Yeah, China Airlines today. Sorry for the wrong title initially. We are not doing any more Wizard. Hello, Bess. Hello, Xolry. Welcome, everyone. It's great to see all of you here. So yeah, time to be back in Asia. We're not going to be flying real time today. Don't mind me, but it's quite late. It's after 10 in Hong Kong. And I wanted to enjoy a little bit of daylight. What is the difference? Well, the difference is that Phoenix is a professional developer that does this, well, for a living, whereas Fly-by-Wire is a group of enthusiasts, and what that transfers to, I guess, is resources available to both. And Phoenix just goes so much more in depth in terms of systems. I cannot recall from memory, other than Final App not working in Fly-by-Wire, what exactly they are missing still from the aircraft, but it's quite a few things. By all means, it's a fantastic product because it's, again, passion freeware project. But if you want to go further in depth, get access to some manuals down the line as well, and just really understand the airplane a little bit better and immerse yourself into it, I think Phoenix is as good as it gets for FS24. After the update, I guess you mean the 1.9 update, right? Because if there was an update recently, then I didn't get it. I'm very happy to see that, Xolry. I was a bit maybe disappointed with how the video has been performing, but I'm happy that there are some people who find it useful. Airbus 320, yes, correct. There has been a 1.9. It's quite nice. It's fantastic that they finally improved the resolution of the displays because it was not really up to standards for 2024. Sorry, it's year 2026. My brain stopped 2 years ago. So it's really good that they touched on this. I'm not particularly happy with the size of the flight directors. That's one piece of feedback I would have for them, where I think they made a mistake with that update. The flight director just appears a little bit too small, in my opinion. It makes it a little bit difficult to use on smaller displays. I have 27 inches display, which is not the biggest, not the smallest, and I find it difficult. Other than that, it's an okay update, I guess, but nothing groundbreaking, I would say. But I enjoy it. By all means, I appreciate the better displays. So you have no idea, guys, how happy it makes me to see that some people actually use that video. It's very happy, because one very disappointing statistic from both videos is that generally, so I'm not going to complain about how many views they are getting and things like this because I just started, so I should not be complaining. However, one statistic that scares me a little bit is that they have relatively low. What is the name of that statistic in English? Basically, the average viewer watches those videos for 4 minutes. And the glide slope from above video watch time, thank you. Glide slope from above video is 27 minutes. The go around is even longer, and I'm starting to question the format. The problem with the format is I understand such long videos generally don't do as well as 12 minutes, 10 minutes, 8 minutes. But if you watch the go around video, you know that it was simply not possible to convey all of that information in a short form content, basically. I would say so. Euro. I use X-Plane even on my laptop, which is very very low standard PC. No, not yet. I didn't have time to install it. I will try it because my friend showed it to me as well, and I liked it. But you see, I don't have Fly with Lua at the moment, so to use it, I need Fly with Lua first. And I just didn't have the headspace to set it up today. Thanks for the follow, Fox. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is exactly what's on my head. This is why I'm a bit worried with the format that you cannot make these videos any shorter. I mean, I really tried. I was trying to strip it, and let me put it this way. Whenever I make a video or I write an article, I like to read it myself and think what would my instructors from type rating say about this. And often I realize they would say a lot more because, for instance, we didn't touch LVOs and systems of the airplane whatsoever. I've said it on video. We're gonna make separate ones on it because we would be sitting there for 3 hours. This is the problem. So I'm already stripping it of things, but it's still very long, and the watch times are a little bit low. But I'm really happy to see it. It's very encouraging that there are at least some users who find those videos useful and who go through them. That's highly appreciated, guys. Really. Okay, let's power up the aircraft in the meantime. Yeah, exactly. It's just a question of like the way I felt about it when I was thinking on how to approach this YouTube channel is that basically Flight Simulator is already a niche, and I'm going into even bigger niche because the hobby itself is already relatively small, right? But then the group of people who want this type of detail is even smaller. But it is what it is. I don't want to make slop. I don't want to make stuff that is, super generic and essentially useless for anyone who has been doing Flight Simulator for longer than 2 weeks. So, yep, that's just the approach I've taken. We'll see how the video performs overall. For sure, I'm gonna make another one, and after that third video, we'll have some conclusions. I think I also used Sim Market. I believe it might have been Sim Market. Right, something is... Wait, I have to fix my multi-chat. I mean, I don't expect a lot of audience from YouTube, but I did do the thingy, so the multi-stream, so I want to make sure that in case somebody does come by YouTube, they are not left fully alone. Right, I hope this will work now. Let me just do a quick test. Yep, seems to be working perfect. Alright, where was I? I was preparing my airplane. APU fire test. How hot is it in Hong Kong? I imagine it's hot. 29 degrees with 25 degrees of dew point, and this is during the night. I'm definitely starting the APU. Yes, I use Phoenix. Phoenix is my favorite Airbus add-on. I know it might not seem that way because I primarily fly X-Plane these days, but it's not about Phoenix at all. Phoenix, phenomenal add-on. As good Airbus as you can get at the moment. There's nothing that really comes close. In my opinion. Adam, live is also on Twitch, so whatever you prefer. But yes, I made a multi-stream, so you can also watch on YouTube. I hope it works. Alright, as the APU is starting, we're not gonna wait for it. We don't really have to. We can do other actions in the meantime. So yeah, Phoenix, fantastic add-on. My only grudge with Phoenix is that it's on a Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator, I spoke about this many times. It's a good simulator. I just prefer X-Plane overall as a platform. However, yes, once we have Phoenix Neo in Microsoft Flight Simulator 24, of course, I'm gonna fly it like crazy. And we'll also fly Synaptic, which I'm sure everyone is thinking about these days. What is the difference between the X-Plane and Microsoft Flight Simulator? Well, it primarily comes down to, for me at least, Microsoft Flight Simulator is overall a product which I think has slightly more development going around it, as in you can get more interesting airplanes which are in a better state in terms of being updated and actively developed. It has fantastic scenery blending, as we all know, and overall graphical experience is very nice. X-Plane, on the other hand, what I like about it is simplistic, works incredibly well on my computer. 60 frames at the moment, maybe that's not the best, but I think I have everything on max on the stream. Also, I really like the flight dynamics in X-Plane a little bit more. Crazy sarcasm, I think it's just, teasing, it's just hype building. I think for us to properly dive into that airplane, we're gonna need to do it ourselves. Or, as far as I know, we can expect some tutorials and more material later. We're gonna skip preliminary performance, I don't want to do it now. And we can strip the GPU as well, we don't need it. It's funny that when you do the bleed and you kill external power in Tolis, it automatically arms the slides. It's a bit of a funny gimmick. I'd much rather have that if with Beacon. It would be much more sensible. You might want to run your APU without the GPU on the stand. Let's see what happens if I connect the external power again. I believe so. I think they will be available for 2020. But I'm not sure. I'm really probably one of the worst content creators to come to when it comes to Synaptic, because I won't have the preview version. I'm not in contact with that developer whatsoever, so I don't really know much about it. I just know that it's been in development for a while, and that it's very close to release, and that I'm gonna get it. I think not everyone can afford the performance. I mean, the simulator's performance is just horrible. Yeah, there we go. I had the same problem when I still streamed on my laptop. 2020 was fine, but 24 was horrible. I could not use a simulator. I know the boat you're in. Engine 1 fire test. Hello, Franek. Engine 2 fire test. Look to your left. I forgot to look to my left. Oh, another Dynasty. Very nice. Guys, which livery do you prefer from China Airlines? The special one or the classic? I have a hard time choosing. The Pokemon? I like the Pokemon. I mean, I like the Pokemon so much it ended up being our thumbnail on YouTube. The classic. I like both. Very, very solid livery. Where was I? I was on the pedestal. I have the flower. Although on my livery, I would say that the flower is kind of weird, no? Because you have all these big Pokemons and then some random flower out of nowhere. But I have the flower. You know what I really like about this this airline? I like the call sign. Dynasty. I think it's easily one of the better call signs out there. Together with Qatari, Speedbird. This is the leak of call sign we're talking. Look, guys, we have updated nav data finally. This time I remember to do it. It took us a while, but we have it. I have no idea. I just bought it. I mean, honestly with you, to be honest, because I've only brought up FS Realistics, because you asked about specifically takeoffs and landings. If I have to be fully honest, I would not buy that add-on again. It's not a bad add-on. It's just starting to annoy me how many add-ons I have running for FS24. I have FS Realistic, Chase Plane, Rex Atmos. It's so much stuff in the background. It's just too much tweaking, setting. I'm too lazy for it. But I'm a very, very lazy person. I acknowledge that. Yeah, I have FS Realistics Plus. I mean, I have the one that's compatible with Chaseplane, because I also use Chaseplane in FS24. Hello, Captain RM17. Welcome. So there is no ATC anymore. There was, but it's quite late. Seems like they locked off. Well, in that case, everything is down to our choosing. Let me take a look at Flight Radar, because I hate doing this, but Hong Kong is a big airport and I want to depart with the flow of airplanes, let's say. Oh, that's surprising. Did you... it might sound silly, but it has these funny little, like, anti-skid stuff at the bottom. They use runway 07. Okay. We're gonna go for 07 center. It has this funny thing at the base. Can I show it here? These. And they come with like a plastic sticker on it. Make sure to get rid of that. How come my name is Hans Kloss? What do you mean? On VATSIM? If it's still there, it means I didn't change it. I changed it in VPilot, but it means I forgot to change it in XPilot. Yeah, that was not intended. I was changing it a long time ago, and I forgot to do it for X-Plane. Because technically they can ban me for this, so I have to change it later. Yes, I have the full Phoenix package. And no, I didn't get the turbulence add-on because I didn't have time to get it, because I need to fly with Lua first. My X-Plane is very basic. I don't have a lot of stuff in it at the moment. So I have to get fly with Lua. But I saw Francisco use it, and I decided I'll give it a try. Okay, the flight is short, and normally I wouldn't do it at this stage, but I want to take a look. How does it all connect? Let me take a look. Yes, I'm off tomorrow, and we're gonna be flying as well, guys. Just 1 second. Also, let me ask you, what do you think of the overlay? I mean, I know it's very basic, but I still want to ask you, is it the step in the right direction, or do you think we should just stick to Volanta? It's good. Perfect. Then it stays. You could set up an auto land, but I have my reservations about being able to land the airplane manually. I mean, could you bring the aircraft to the ground? Yes, I think so. For the most part. Would the airplane be serviceable after that is another question. Could you fool another pilot? No. And the only reason is because the real airplane just flies differently. You have to experience that sensation to see it yourself. Yeah, absolutely. If you have some examples for the stuff you think we should change about any of the branding, like overlays and so on, I'm absolutely open to that. No questions. No, I had help from from an Europe-based airline. I did a cadet program basically. I cannot talk too much about it on the stream, unfortunately, because one of the stream rules is that I just don't want to blend my job with the streaming. It's not something that company is open for, let's say. So I don't want to say their name. And with that said, I cannot also give you specifics of my training, but it was one of the European cadet programs. And generally, cadet programs, I would say, is something absolutely worth looking into. I think it's a great opportunity for us, people who maybe don't have obvious financing for the for flying license. So absolutely worth looking into. Now, there was a question about me flying. Do you mean in real life or do you mean on the stream? Neither of them are a secret. My next flight in real life, I think, is in 4 days. And on the stream tomorrow, if you're asking about the time, I haven't yet decided. Okay, takeoff weight will be 73 tons. I like flying airlines airlines like China Airlines. They have these low configurations, low density configurations. You get not so many passengers, nice weight, 73 tons, super nice. Let's take a look at our performance. Probably in Hong Kong, they might want us to depart from intersection. We have to find it. If you do not know where to find that information, let me help you. Here we have Microsoft Flight Planner. This is what I use for my charts. And at the end, we are going to have the... no, it's not going to be in the end. It's going to be here. If they have anything. Does not seem so, and they don't even have noise abatement specified. Cool. In that case, what we could do, we could decide ourselves. We're not very heavy, so it does make sense to... Oh wait, I'm at the wrong airport. Nice, nice captain, good job. Nicely done. Yeah, exactly, and there's a couple of airlines like this. The ones I was looking into was Wizz Air, Ryanair, Air Baltic. I think Vueling has something like that as well. So you really have a couple of options there, worth your time. This is noise abatement for arrival. We're not really concerned with that. Let's take a look. Here we have departures. Minimum runway occupancy time, but there's nothing specific about the intersections as far... there it is. Departing aircraft shall normally enter runway via designated taxiways, blah blah blah. This is not the one. Departing aircraft might enter the runway for intersection departure via designated taxiways for runway 07 center. That would be Alpha 4. Yeah, you are basically in the pipeline of the airline from the very first day, which is very nice. And for runway 07, we have AKO standard, takeoff procedure, NADP 1 or 2. So it's our choice. In that case, we're going for NADP 2. Not these days, it's not so bad, no. But it depends on the day, you know. There are bad and good days. But these days, I would say it's acceptable. Let's take a look at AGC and what is the distance from Alpha 4 if we want to use it or not. I think so, Mystic. Yes, as you said. Alpha 4 is 3,014 meters. And the runway is 3.8. So that is a shift of 700. I always forget, do I put the new length or shift here? The shift. Watch the real world pilot do maths now. Oh, math is difficult. There we go. Big up Tollis and Explain. We do this quite often. Some people might not love it, but to be fair, we had a community voting today in the Discord server, and Explain won, which shocks me. Explain has been winning a lot, which makes me happy. I think Explain deserves more recognition. I think it's a very good simulator, and it's very relevant. It's a very good simulator. Air conditioning we're gonna do on, because it's a Pratt & Whitney engine. These engines do not like bucks of departures. What do we have? Very nice performance. Stop margin 542. That's going to be with flex 62, 147, 147, 150, green dot 222. And flaps 1 plus F. Very happy with that. Very sensible performance. Happy to take the intersection. Mm. I guess I don't want to speak like I'm not, credited aviation expert. But my guess here is that such offer exists, so you end up with a full ATPL license, right? Which is actually a good thing. I mean, it's not a mandatory thing in Europe. I don't know where you are, but I think you're in Europe, no? In Europe, you don't really need an ATPL license to get a job. But I also am of an opinion that it's good to start in the same environment where you're going to... you're in UAE. I know the operator, Air Arabia. Uh, isn't it? I've heard about that program. Um, I've heard mixed things about it. Let's just put it this way. But I don't want to steer you away from something that might be good for you just because I've heard mixed things. It's not really fair. But yeah, I've heard some criticism of that program. For engine failure, we're going to continue with the standard departure until point Ramen. From that point onward, we're coming back because it's fairly good routing in terms of terrain clearance, and Hong Kong has, a little bit of terrain around it actually. If we look from the outside view on departure, we have a little bit, and to the right, Lanto Island, I think it's called. We also have a little bit. So that SID taking us out between this terrain is perfect for engine failure. I'm gonna stick with it. I'm also being a little bit lazy. I'm not going to lie, but it's going to work. Look, I just want to say one thing, okay? Because I've kind of struggled with this when I was younger. Bear in mind that becoming a pilot is... Like, people have this idea that you have to become a pilot same as you become a lawyer or a doctor, whereas you finish high school, you go into flight school, then you become a pilot, you fly at the age of 22. Look, some people's career is like this, but majority of pilots did not start at such age. They started later, so you might even go to another professions before becoming a pilot. That is a story of many people too. Collect your money and then do your cadet program. The oldest person I known in my cadet program was an individual around 38 years old. Come on, thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. So, I understand where you're coming from. But remember that you don't have to rush into it. Yeah, if you don't see the option now, keep looking. But you can always come back later. That's the story of many people, and they've had fantastic careers. That's my story too. I didn't start flying when I was a kid. I didn't have the money for it. I had to find a way around the money problem, and yeah, it took some time, but that's just how it is. Okay, we've prepared the airplane. I think we've done everything we were supposed to do, so we can do the cockpit preparation checklist. Let's take a look what it says. Cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins and covers are removed. Fuel quantity, we have 6,180 kilograms balanced. Seat belts are on. ADRS RNAV and barrel reference QNH1008. Normally we will do the briefing before the checklist, but I forgot. So let's take a look at what do we have here. In flight planner, kneeboard, safe charts. Actually this flight, let's open it like this. I don't remember which APC is relevant to us. This one, we are November 6 for stand, I believe. So wait, Hong Kong has these specific push procedures, doesn't it? This always fucks my brain up, and I never remember where to find this. I really need to learn it, but let me see. I don't see anything about that anymore. I know there is a chart for this in Jeppesen, but not in Lido apparently. Unless it's in miscellaneous. Nope. Okay, in that case, I'm just going to push. I'm just going to push facing northwest on Bravo 7. And then we're going to taxi out via taxiway Alpha. We're gonna join, or Bravo, doesn't really matter. We might as well take Bravo, sorry, it's north. So, yeah, we'll take Bravo, and we'll go all the way via Bravo. Actually, no, we'll take Alpha, because I want to take Alpha 4. We'll go until Alpha 5, then Alpha 4, intersection departure. This is the idea. Stop margin, we have 500 meters. For departure, the procedure, let's see what it says. Its initial climb 5,000 feet. MSA, the highest is 4,300. Max speed 205 knots. That's important. Let's take a look at our performance. Green dot is 222, so obviously we have to stay configured. In that case, what I will do is actually I'll change this to NADP 1. Makes no sense to accelerate sooner if I cannot clean up. Then to 20. We'll see if we'll respect this constraint, and then it goes all the way here. In case of engine failure, we are following the SID until Ramen, then we can do some delay vectors or holding over here, over the sea. I'm happy here, there's no terrain that affects us. And then we can come back for runway 05 center for the approach, or 07 right, or 07 center. Cool. Special operations, nothing. Supplementary procedures, nothing. Non-standard stuff, nothing. Threats, no ATC, but also not many airplanes at the same time, just a couple of us here. And I think that's it, guys. That completes the briefing. Let's get our pushback. This one they are likely following because this is not sequencing. This is turn radius. So they stay configured most probably. They just do NADP 1, same as me. This one, however, likely not. But in real life, in most cases, the ATC will just tell you free speed. Lord of Plankton, I never discussed the my operator on the stream, sorry. So this one, you would probably get free speed. This one, if you're flying to 60 knots here, you're not gonna make that turn. But anyways, it's 7 miles only, so you're not gonna even reach that speed here. I guess this is related to the city itself, huh? Because of this radius to fix, it looks like a little bit of noise abatement. You need to fly this accurately. Five years from now, they will be replaced. You mean the SIDs in Hong Kong? Or what will be replaced? My airline. Ah, 777s. Maybe, I don't know.
Great news, Captain. Your tow's coming.
I think you'll keep seeing A330s and 777s still for a while. I mean, 777X or A350 or even 787 -10 are perhaps more desirable, but that doesn't mean we're not gonna see 777s. Because the biggest problem, I think, with having an airline that operates efficient fleet is actually getting the jets. Man, the queue for the jet is insanely high. Airbus has orders for the next 10 years.
Some doors are still opened or the GPU or the ASU are still connected. I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Jesus, why is he so loud? So if we started, chat, if we collectively started an airline tomorrow, and we've decided we're gonna buy A350s and A321 Neos and things like this, we're not gonna get any airplanes for the next 10 years. We're gonna have to wait. So we'll have to go for used airplanes. No, absolutely. Airlines are slowly and gradually changing their fleets. That's how it's always been, but it takes time. Especially for smaller, less established companies. That's another thing. Because Philippine Airlines is a well-established company that already might have some kind of a backlog. We don't know when did they order their A350s. Look at Emirates. I mean, in case of Emirates, the airplane is not certified, but they've ordered a 777X, what, 8-9 years ago? Yeah, for instance, this is something that I can see happening. The cargo, we already see that Emirates operates one. There is this Hungarian company that has one as well. So yeah, we're gonna keep seeing the 777. Ah, Kalita, the tail strike on go around. Relevant subject to our video. Ah, yes, I'm completely wrong with this. The aircraft was supposed to be certified 6 years ago, so they must have ordered it 15 years ago. No, Emirates really wants the 777X. It's just that they don't want the initial batch of 777X because the initial batch of 777X is already built and they're just standing at Everett, and they don't want those because during the certification process, Boeing has changed so many things in the airplane that Emirates said, no, we don't want to be dealing with this. We want, airplanes built with the final design from scratch, not airplanes built 8 years ago that you've been trying to bring up to the present standard. So this is the idea. Yeah, exactly. This is what Sir Tim Clark said, yeah? That these airplanes are only suitable for tin cans. I believe that's what he said. What is this traffic jam here? Wait, there was a... No, Kebab. For me, the GPU has been fine. I mean, since I've got rid of IQ at least. If you run IQ, I highly suggest you uninstall that, but other than that, it's been good. Alright, before start checklist, parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1 147, VR 147, V2 150, flex 62. Windows closed and beacon on. I forgot to do my flow. IQ, but I don't know if you run it. It was a problem specific to me. IQ is Corsair's like control software, which was completely killing my GPU.
Hey, Captain, let me know where you want.
Mystic, how long until you... How long are you ready? It was an issue for me on an AMD GPU, but if IQ was a problem, I would suspect that, for instance, any other RGB controller might be problematic. Man, I'm gonna push and pull a little bit like this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Okay, checklist is completed, so you can go. I don't know why the clock is running. Parking brake released.
Here comes the pushback. Light 'em up.
Hong Kong traffic, Dynasty 457 stand November 6 for Romeo will be pushing back a beam stand November 66. Oh man, I love this call sign. I would happily go to this airline just for the sake of saying that call sign on the radio. Please ignore us ramming over the ground vehicles. Apparently we have a bit of a congestion. And if we have time, we're gonna do 2 flights today. We're gonna fly to Okinawa. If we have the time. Yes, I am, but only on the A321neo. Which is the case of this flight. Ah, fuck off. Speedbird is also a very good call sign. Speedbird, Dynasty, Qatari, those to me, Emirates as well. Although Emirates less than Qatari or Dynasty, I would say. Those are like best call signs. Apparently it is, Kebab. First time I'm seeing it. What does card engine mode do? It's just a better texturing for the engine. Giant is a good call sign, fitting the company, Atlas Air. What else do we have? That's really, really good. Starwalker, yeah, good call sign, good call sign. I don't love how it sounds, but it is a good call sign. Top Swiss and Alpine, good call signs, but to me not the same level as Speedbird or Dynasty. Like, good call signs, really good call signs, but not as good as this. Look at that sequence pushback. Shanex, I like Shanex. I have to say, I like that call sign. I have to say, Shanex is a call sign I really like. I love hearing that on the frequency. Starting engine number 2. I like Etihad as well. Etihad, Katai, Dynasty, Qatari, Speedbird, Shanex. Those I think are my favorite call signs. Okay, guys, better question is what are the worst call signs?
Just about done here. Go ahead and set your parking.
I'm gonna start with Magic Sun. I hate that call sign. On another hand, Ryanair UK I really like. I really like the Blue Max, but Magic Sun, ugh.
And we're disconnecting the tow.
Oh,
Give me
thank
just
you.
a moment.
I forgot. I always forget. Thanks, Mystic. Scooter, is that Scooter Airlines from Singapore? Scooter? Ah, look, we have somebody saying Top Swiss is bad call sign, but we also had people saying it's a good call sign. Did I forget to do dual cooling? Apparently I did. Sorry guys, just invested in talking with you. Really, I like Blue Max, but I hate Magic Sun. I hate Magic Sun. I hate it. Oh, you know what? I know, but we said we're gonna talk about bad call signs only. Because I had another good call sign that just came to me, which was Ocean. I like that call sign. Fits the company very well.
And we're disconnected. Signal and pin on the left. Take it easy and have a safe flight.
I would never do that unless I had a very explicit permission from the company. That's the problem. Of course your favorite call sign is Nordic. Viking, I believe, is Sun class, no? After start checklist, anti I saw FreeCam status checked, pitch trim 23.5% rudder trim neutral. After start checklist completed, quick flight controls, full up. Red nose is good, yeah. Full down, neutral. Full left, full right, and neutral. I'm gonna do taxi checklist on the roll, Mystic, don't worry. I just wanted to get rid of those items. Hong Kong traffic Dynasty 457 taxiing holding point Alpha 4 runway 07 center via Bravo 7, Bravo and Alpha. Alright, left side clear, right side clear, brakes are released. Look how much ground movements we have here. And it seems like we fixed the traffic. It unclocked. I mean, it's still a lot of them. I'm Polish, but I don't live in Poland. My nationality is Polish. But at this point I lived half of my adult life abroad. Czechoslovakian? Not really. Not really. If you're... Czech and Slovak people are fairly close to one another, but Polish and Czech... okay, you know, I didn't watch Sopranos. I want to. But I never did. Let's just be careful so we don't enter onto the runway here. I've heard it's a fantastic show, actually, and I really like the subject. Speaking of, I have to finish Mafia. Did you guys get to play the latest Mafia? I bought it, I started it, I like it, I just have a problem with finishing games. We just don't have enough time. Now it's summer. Although, even though it's summer and I'm a pilot, I will have a lot of free time in August, so maybe I'll finally finish Pragmata, Mafia, and I'll learn how to fly the A220. The only problem is I have a simulator in August, so I have to study for that. And my brakes are not really working. Brake check. Okay, they work on the button. They just don't work on the slider. How am I with Mystic? Mystic is following. Maybe we'll do it in cruise. Inibuild's A220 has shit textures. I wouldn't say so. I think the airplane just has some... It's Bombardier cockpit, you know? But I think Inibuild's texturing itself is quite nice. I think it's called XCSL. It's for Iveo. Some weird Russian website, man. I don't fully trust it, but it delivers better model matching than the default one. What looks amazing? The A220. On the outside, it looks amazing. The cockpit, it's okay, I guess. I didn't really pay that much attention to the texturing work itself, and if you're talking about like flight deck design, the XCSL. Okay, I thought you were talking about A220. Well, it's for the model matching. The model matching I have, the installer, comes from some Russian website. I guess a Russian guy made it, so... Yeah, I did not mean to give it this much power. Thrust, not power. Okay, there is Tango. Then there's gonna be Sierra Papa. And after Papa we are next to the right. Yeah, I really like it. Let's give it one more. Wait. And that's a crime. That's a crime. Yeah, I have the solution to this. I'll set it up myself during the flight. Hey, thanks for the sub, Dave. Welcome. Hello, hello. I think this is Alpha 6, no? Yeah, Alpha 6. Especially with these engines, because I will say that I don't like A321 CEO. It just feels a little bit too long, but A321 Neo with big engines looks very nice. I like the view of that. Nah, fucking hell no. I like EI on A320, but A321 with EI, I hate how that looks. EIE. EIE. However you pronounce this, let me be. Okay, Alpha 4 is coming up here. Taxi checklist, flight controls checked, flap setting, conf 1 inserted, conf 1 displayed, radar and PWS on and auto, engine mode selector normal, ECA memo takeoff no blue. Hong Kong traffic, Dynasty 457 via Alpha 4, lining up runway 07 center. Before we line up, we're gonna take this slow. We're gonna slow down. We're gonna set the TCAS. I just want to have a look visually, and on the TCAS, if there's anyone on short final, or any final. Okay, seems to be clear. Alpha 4, runway 07 center. I'm just gonna do the lights now. TCAS is already done. And lineup checklist. Takeoff runway, runway 07 center, Alpha 4. TCAS. Tara, packs 1 and 2 on. Lineup checklist completed. We're gonna do pseudo rolling takeoff. I mean, I'm gonna do like 90 degrees entry, but I'm not gonna stop on the runway. I'll take a look back into the chat after takeoff, guys. Since I'm on the active runway, I want to get going, so we don't occupy it for too long unnecessarily. Takeoff. Manual flag 62 SRS runway auto thrust blue. Thrust set. I need sunglasses. Okay, correcting the center line. I had to put sunglasses on. Priorities. 100 knots. V1 rotate. This wind does not feel like it's just 5 knots. Positive climb. Gear up. Enough. I think it's just a bit turbulent, that's all, since it's coming from that island. No, I didn't, because I don't have fly with Lua, so I didn't have time to set it up. I'll get to do that later.
Retard.
We're gonna have that for the next stream, whenever the next X-Plane stream is going to be thrust climb, auto thrust. Okay, autopilot 1. Hello, thank you very much for the follow. Wait, let me read that again. Niklas TV, this is X-Plane 12. There is a new nice turbulence mode, turbulence engine for X-Plane 12. That everyone in the chat has been very excited about, but I didn't get to try it. I was talking with a captain in real life after a flight. He's still surprised about the difference between EI and PW. Yeah, well, yeah. The thing with PW is, and any really modern engine, is that it's just a bypass ratio. It's just an efficiency thing. For the most part. Look at very early jet airplanes, some military jet airplanes especially, because those had a lot of power. Look how tiny and slim the engines are. Well, those are, what are they? What was the name? Not RAM. I forgot. For instance, yeah. They come from the same era. Climb out blue. Let's continue climbing, why not? They do, as far as I know. Just not with this airplane. I mean, last time I checked this airplane, it was flying very specific routes. But I don't care about it. Because last time I checked it, for 2 weeks it was flying the same destination all the time. I'm not gonna do that, obviously. Okay, I'll tell you what. We're gonna configure now. Flap 0, speed check, flap 0. Our green dot is fine. We can even go to 50. Let's just imagine that the ATC gave us free speed, which is something they would do fairly often. Yeah, I've heard that. We are going to address this. I'm gonna make it smaller. Thanks for any feedback on that overlay, by the way. It's noted and it's gonna be handled. But I think this is a step in the right direction, no? Overall. Maybe I'll take sunglasses off. And I like it because it's very simple, but it kind of goes well with like the thumbnail of YouTube videos and the articles. Like all of it now shares more or less the same style. Which airline do you fly in real life? Since you just joined us today, I will answer, although it's the second time today this question happened. I generally don't disclose this on the stream, because it's not associated in any way to the company. They don't want to have stuff on the internet, so I just don't talk about them. No, don't worry about it. I understand, because you just, this is your first time here, so it's understandable. It's not like I fly for some secretive organization. That's not the case at all. It's just the policy, and that's it. We can manage the speed now. It's 250 anyways. And we are approaching transition altitude, so set standard. And that is set cross-checked at level 88. So yeah, it's not even really like entirely... I mean, it is my decision, but it's based on theirs approach, and I want to respect it. Yeah, exactly. Supernature, baby. Some are stricter about it, some are less strict, and somebody brought up Sami Aviation, and frequent viewers know that I really like Sami. I'm speaking like I know him. Of course I don't. I just know his channel, and I like what he's doing. I think he's producing some very nice stuff. But you saw that even he himself, being an LTC, got in trouble. Obviously, what he's doing is nowhere close to what I'm doing at all, because it's much more serious. He's recording real-world operations, which I never do. But you guys asked if I would like to try something like this. I would love to. In the future, not as a first officer, in the form that he's doing it, because he's not trying to be a pilot influencer, if you ask me. He's just, you know, displaying aviation as it is. But I would never attempt something like this without explicit permission from the airline. This is quite important. Yeah, I like his videos too. I watched almost every single one of them. I have to catch up with the latest one. Two videos I didn't watch was the climb tutorial and descent tutorial, because this is stuff that... It's fantastic stuff that a lot of people appreciate. For example, fresh pilots. When I've started flying, I wish I knew about Sami and Sami's channel existed, and tutorial like this existed. Maybe they do, I just didn't find them. It would absolutely be useful. But now that I'm experienced pilot myself, like, descent management is something that I don't really need to see, but most of his videos I watched and really liked. When I just started flying as a first officer, what I was watching was approach and departure videos. Yeah, this is the correct, in my opinion, this is a good method of education, right? Because the idea is, when you fly with a first officer who just started flying, that person has the capabilities, they just don't yet have the experience, and if you micromanage them, I think you're essentially denying the experience. It happened to me a couple of times, and I don't mind if my colleague micromanages me a little bit. I think it's their right, but I think training is... in training, it's important to let the person think for themselves, because if you don't, then whatever they do after you told them to do it, that's not their experience. You know what I mean? I once had a flight like this with an absolutely fantastic colleague, but he was micromanaging me in a situation that was maybe a little bit demanding for me. But the thing was that I didn't learn all that much from that situation. This is where I'm getting to. It was safe, it was well managed, but it was practically managed by him. And I like this approach that Sami demonstrates, to let the first officer think about it. He sees, okay, we are high on profile. If I let this first officer become too high on profile, he's not gonna manage. So he has to start doing something now. But how do I get to him so he manages the situation, however, without me directly telling him what to do? Does that make sense, guys? I hope it does. And I like that approach. I started flight simming right before I became a cabin crew. Hello, Jacob. Thank you. We are already having some pieces of feedback that the overlay is a little bit too big, so we're gonna make it a little bit smaller. I was thinking to maybe somehow place the overlay around the FCU camera as well, but we'll see. For now, we know that we're gonna make it a touch smaller. Yes, I think so too. I'm seriously thinking about becoming an airline pilot myself, so I have a question. Do you ever get bored because you're often flying the same routes, following the same procedures, landing at the same airports, and spending a lot of time on autopilot? Not really. This job does not get boring at all. So your perception of the autopilot routes and things like this might be a bit different because of the flight simulation. In reality, it's not really like that. Autopilot is a blessing because, man, we would be dying. Last day at work, I was at work for 13 hours. So imagine not having the autopilot. It's not that... You see, the autopilot is not here because we cannot fly airplanes. I mean, it's nothing special. You disconnect the autopilot, you move left, aircraft go left, go right, up, down. That's it. The autopilot is amazing because it relieves you from so much workload. You know, just frees your mind a little bit. So you're not gonna get bored with that. Specifically on, for example, how do you fly your approach? Depending on the operator, they might have different automation policies. Some operators allow very, very... how do I put it? They allow a lot of manual handling to maintain your skills. Some allow a little bit less. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, we are. So you get to hand fly the airplane. Regarding destinations, destinations is something that will change from company to company again, because if you fly for Ryanair from Stansted, you're gonna have a million destinations. Then on another hand, if you fly for Ryanair from Thessaloniki, you're gonna have only maybe 15, or I don't know how many they had. I mean, they're closing the base now, but as they published online. But of course a lot less. So a lot depends where are you based, what airplane type you're on, which company, and so on and so forth. Me personally, I have a lot of destinations, so I hardly ever go to the same place twice in a row. Yeah, it is, huh? So I don't get bored of my routes. So no, I don't think it's gonna be boring. It's always engaging job. Every day you deal with issues that you haven't seen until you joined aviation, because the simulator just does not give you them, such issues. Let me just give you an example. It's gonna be made up, not a specific story from real life. But imagine this: you have APU and operative, right? In a simulator, it's super easy. You open your add-on, and you press somewhere here, wherever that's gonna be. Hell, I don't even know. Ground services. High pressure air. That's it. Problem solved. We open the procedure. We do the air starter unit engine start, and then we do crossbleed. So simple. And then real life happens. And the air starter unit, the main one, is broken. The secondary one, they don't know where it is. Okay, you wait for half an hour. In the meantime, you have a slot. You miss the slot. So now you have slot in 3 hours. They find the air starter, they bring the air starter. You want to start one engine, but ATC won't let you because you have a slot. They finally let you, you get an improvement, you're good to go. They connect the air starter, they deliver pressure. Ding, 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 engine kaput. Air starter is too weak, it doesn't give you enough pressure. You have to deal with now hot start of the engine or something like this. You know, that's real life for you. And in the process, you miss your slot again. And now you're number 27 for departure. This type of stuff, you know, something is happening daily. If not that, it's shitload of thunderstorms everywhere, and you're just flying in zigzags, trying to avoid every nasty cell on your way and on your approach. Stuff happens always. You show up and the aircraft has some strange MEL that puts some limitations on you. You always have something that pushes you in this job, which is a good thing. It keeps you on your toes. ASU startups are so painful, they are. What's the strangest MEL you had? Let me think about that one. Well, there's the famous one, which is very awkward. I mean, very awkward. It's simple to apply, it's just annoying. So when you go to the wheel page, you see how you have temperatures for every wheel. Now, if this temperature becomes inoperative, you have amber crosses here. Let's see if Tollis has this as a failure. I'm curious. I doubt it because it's not super fascinating MEL, but it's operationally interesting. Maybe landing gear? No, I guess it doesn't have it. No, but it must have somewhere something about the brakes, because... Yeah, if you can send me the table so I don't have to leak anything, that would be great. It shouldn't be in hydraulics, no. There is really no brake-related faults in Tolis. Apparently not. Well, anyhow, if you lose this sensor, when you land, you have to do an old-school calculation on a paper chart how much megajoules of energy the brakes have absorbed, and based on that you have to determine your turnaround time. The only problem is that these tables they are so conservative that they basically make you stay on the ground for 2.5 hours. And you look at your brakes, and this brake is 50 degrees. This brake is 60 degrees, and this one is 50. This one you don't know. But the table is telling you you have to wait for 2 hours. Not 2, 1 hour and a half. So this one is really annoying. And just go out and touch them, yeah. Or put some X on them. If they scramble, it's no-go. If they, if they scramble immediately. So that's not the most fascinating MEL in the world, but it just creates operational issues, and it's just annoying to see because you do the calculation, you're like, shit, we have to sit for 97 minutes on the ground, while all of the other brakes are absolutely okay. Truth is, and why we are not supposed to disregard it, is it can technically happen that this brake is dragging. So basically from all the carbon dust that sits on it, it starts to drag, it starts to lock up, and this brake can be 120 degrees, this one could be 250. So if this one is 300, this one could be 500. It's very rare, but it happens, which is why the table is so conservative, I guess, and it doesn't let you to just take the temperature from other wheels. So yes, stuff like this you'll see a lot. APU inoperative is just a frustrating MEL to deal with at any time of the year, but especially in summer because it's hot. It's just frustrating because it always causes delay, because it never goes super smooth. You always, depending, I guess, how it's done operator to operator, but you have, you are sharing. Let me guys show you. But where did you take it from? Can you... Wait. Okay, maybe later we'll show it. Going back to the APU inoperative, the annoying part about it is it never goes smoothly. Like, you advise the ground staff, yeah, we are going to have the MEL, this, that, APU is not working, please have the air starter ready. You land at destination, you have 1 hour turnaround, and the air starter is not freaking there. Air conditioning is broken, so the cabin gets hot. Passengers are hot, flight attendants are hot. I mean, as in, it's hot in the cabin. Air starter not available. Slot on time. And that one, it just can create drama, let's say. I mean, no drama, it's just... I'm simplifying when I say it doesn't work. I mean, it under-delivers the pressure. It has pressure, but it doesn't have enough pressure for the engine. And it's not, I'm not saying it's on the ramp stuff. It can be because there are many aircrafts without APU, or it breaks down. It's a piece of machine. Same as the APU can break down, so can air starter. So life happens. The funniest one I can tell you, because it feels so simple, like, I'll show you. Let's see, I think Tolis will have this fault. Ice protection. No, it doesn't. Fuck off. Well, I think maybe Phoenix does. But basically, if we failed captain's... captain's pilot heating, the aircraft is grounded if you have any moisture in the air, forecasted or known. That's a fun fact.
Retard.
So this one is funny as well. That's a funny MEO. PDR, thank you very much for the follow. I have not read anything about XLR. I avoid XLR as much as I can. I'm so happy I don't have to fly it. Let's take a look. A321 XLR, the new baseline for single aisle family commonality. Let's take a look what Airbus is cooking for us. Lighter and simplified wing, that's okay. Inboard flap design, that's okay. New E-Rudder. No, yeah, I know. Ay, E-Rudder. Ah, but this is it, huh? I guess. Cobra duct, okay. Anti-corrosion improvements, okay. Focus on the A320 neo initially. Okay, so this is nothing too crazy. This is primarily interesting for yeah, but what do you care as a pilot? It doesn't change anything. Oh, I don't know best specifically. I don't remember what is the interval. Every MEL has an interval to be fixed, but I don't remember now what is the interval for APU. Luckily, it doesn't happen often to me, so. But I know it's a frustrating MEL. But yeah, I don't remember which one it is. Oh no. It could be Charlie then. That would be 10 days. But I would have to check. I don't remember that. The new landing lights, I mean, they are nice, but I like my mini spoilers. I'm gonna miss the mini spoiler. Or Italian speed brake. That's another name. I'm gonna be sad when I see those old lights gone. Those old lights are good. But it's a fuel saving to get rid of them. Basically, guys, if you don't know what I'm talking about, A320 lights, other than the multifunction lights that are present on XLRs, are extendable from the wing structure here, as you can see. See, this is our lights. And they offer roughly 1% of fuel increase when they are extended. It's a CDL item. You can fly with them extended. You just have to take slightly more fuel, 2% more. And with them being extendable from the wing, it means you get a little bit of drag. It's a whopping 100-200 feet per minute in open descent. Always something. The new multifunction lights look very nice, but I'm gonna miss those mini spoilers. Do we have an option to configure this airplane with multifunction lights? Oh, yes, we do! Let's take a look how they look. Shouldn't they be somewhere here? On the belly, no? I don't remember anymore. Ah, yes, there they are. Pretty cool. Visually, I really like these lights, but I'm gonna miss the old good retractable light. No, yeah, it's permitted. As long as it's not something that would put you under the radar of Twitch TOS, I don't mind at all, so go ahead. So let's see what time do we land, because... Another 50 minutes, what? Ah, yes, the nuclear touch of the lights on the ramp stuff. Oh. Might have forgotten to turn them off once or twice. Hey, at least we turn off the weather radar. So you might have kids one day. Uh-oh. I guess we're gonna take a tactical shortcut. Oh, problem solved. Neo overall is a very good looking airplane. If it has a mask, every livery looks good on this airplane, in my opinion. Maybe this is not such a bright idea, but we'll see. Yes, I do confirm. Mask flies better. It flies faster. It's nicer to fly, absolutely. Mach alt Krustung enough. Absolutely agree with you there. Yep. It has some magic. In aerodynamics, how much extra do we have? Somehow we have 800 kilos. We're expected to arrive with 2.9, and our... I think so. No. Let's see flight radar, what are they using? Yeah, they are using runway 23. We can go for 23. I never landed 23, so I don't mind. I agree. Holy shit. You know what? It's funny that you mention them, because I said that all Neos look good. Yeah, except EasyJet and British Airways. Those two companies are an exemption somehow. I really don't like their Neo. In Europe, best Neos belong to Transavia, KLM, Scandinavian, Wizz Air, AJet. Pegasus is okay. ITA. Basically all of them are good. Except BA and EasyJet. Hey J. Cruz, welcome. Ah, Klavish. Klavish. Cannot speak for everyone, but myself, I'm quite okay. Just, you know, enjoying the stream. Publish new YouTube video. I guess that's it. Stary dobry klawisz. Yes, British and EasyJet murdered my beautiful Neo. We just finished the video and I have to think about the new subject. Guys, any ideas? I was thinking maybe circle to land, or something. I need to do something shorter now, because I want to see how a shorter subject is going to perform compared to a much longer subject like the go-around. Maybe windshear? I'm just really scared of picking a subject which is going to turn out to be a rabbit hole, because I thought go-around is gonna be quick. And then I started to think about the go-arounds and I realized, fuck my life. Ecam handling, nah. Ecam handling I will do in the future, but I have a specific idea for it. I don't know, maybe you've noticed this kind of already, but I want to make playlists and themes for these videos. So I want to do approaches, I want to do takeoff and climb out, cruise stage, abnormal operations. I want to do it like in different segments. And Ecam, I have that one, it's a good one, but that's for another occasion. GNSS not simulated well enough at the moment, unfortunately. No airplane today does it well. No, I understand you. I love that subject. But I'm waiting for Phoenix Neos. Once I think Phoenix Neos are around the corner, I want to do GNSS. Unless FS Labs improves their GNSS. But FS Labs is practically the only aircraft that to some degree simulates this. It doesn't do it exactly correctly, but at least they are trying to simulate it. From Airbus add-ons, that is, because of course we have Hot Start Challenger, but I will not be teaching you about GNSS interference in Hot Start Challenger. Fix infos. Actually, that's an idea as well. This was requested on Reddit, to make a tutorial about like this extra FMGC functionalities that are not so obvious, like fix infos, sequencing your flight plan correctly, and things like this. So maybe you're onto something with that idea. I'll think about it within the next couple of days, and I'll come up with something. We should do APU and operative tutorial video. Just so for a little bit of trauma. Sorry for shaking, I had to plug my phone. It's running low on battery. Oops. There we go. Man, I thought this flight was like 1 hour long, but it's dragging out. It feels really long. Even though it's not, we've been airborne for 33 minutes only. What I also had in mind was raw data approaches. I mean raw data Greek islands specifically, like raw data VOR and letdown procedures. That's fairly rare. You don't see a lot of people flying like this. And you see a lot of people screw up a bit with that. So that's a fun subject, but it's a rabbit hole as well. The more I think about subjects for videos, the more I feel like they are rabbit hole. Maybe the FMGC subject is actually a sound idea. But then another one with, especially with fix infos, is that, for example, if you want to demonstrate visual approaches, this is where I would also discuss fix infos, because I use fix infos extensively for visual approaches. We'll see. Today I'm on holiday from YouTube. I'm gonna think about that tomorrow. I am. Yeah, I saw that tail strike. I was going to include that clip in my YouTube video, but I just forgot to do it. It perfectly suits the part we were talking about, the rejected landing. You have to be very, very careful when flying a longer jet airplane during a low level go around. It can become real tricky real fast. And 777-300 is very, very, very long airplane. I wonder what is the geometric pitch from tail strike in 777. Let me try to Google that. Pitch limit for tail strike. Anyone knows? Do we have any 777? 10 degrees nose up. That's higher than A320. A321. A321 with struts compressed is 9.7. Yeah, but we don't have a better reference source. What is it on the 737? We have to ask Vermilion price. Yeah. The 737-800 or 900 or max. It's 11, really. Well, it is less. It's still less than A320. A320, I want to say, is 11.3 or 11.7. I don't even remember now. A321 is 9.7. So between all of these airplanes, A321 is most limiting. Well, good thing we talked about it in the video then. Hello, Adam. Yeah, but Max 10 is not yet certified, so that doesn't count. Very good, thank you. Actually, it did receive a bit of a fair amount of positive feedback, which I'm happy with. The views are a little bit worse than the glide path video, but a lot of people came into the chat today to say they've watched the video and they found it useful, and yeah, they liked it, so I appreciate it. So if Max 10 is going to have the same tail strike limit as Max 9 or whatever Max, I'm sorry, not a Boeing guy, then it's slightly, very close to A321. Well, bottom line is, guys, tail strike is serious stuff. I don't remember, you have to remind me. Didn't you ask me something with constraints, though? Yeah, we are live on YouTube as well. I've decided why not. I decided why not. We don't have any chatters on YouTube, but why not? Hello, YouTube chat. YouTube chat, unfortunately, is empty today. Have a look on VATSIM radar and arrival into... Okay, let me take a look. I'm scared. What is happening in Taiwan? Arrivals. Oh, fuck. Is it that there is like 5 arrivals at the same time? Is that what you mean? And 8 departures? Ah, Yeah, no problem. I'll sequence myself somehow. Visual flying in an airliner is, it seems so complicated to people, but it's actually not. It's like when you fly a small airplane. I mean, it does introduce a level of complexity because you're responsible for traffic separation and terrain separation. But the flying part itself is very, very basic. You can do a lot of things actually. We just did a visual approach on the stream a couple of days ago. You missed it. We might do it again. Since I'm streaming on YouTube now, we might do it again, and then you're gonna have a VOD from it, and we're gonna go through all of that stuff in that VOD. It introduces more workload than your typical fully automated approach, but flying part is, it's not complex, it's just easier to fuck up. Let's put it that way. It's funny because during your pilot training, at some magical point, you have this transition where visual flying feels more complicated than instrument flying, and before that it's the opposite. And the opposite is true. Visual flying, it's much more simple than instrument. But you're so used to flying on instruments, I guess that's the reason. It's a natural tendency. I have it too. Unless I think about how am I gonna fly visually, it sounds so complex now, but it's actually not. Probably the most complex part is the traffic separation together with terrain separation. We can talk about that after stream. We'll see what we can come up with. I don't have any special limitations. It's not a singular company. I mean, I think it's a global thing because when you fly passengers, you just have a level of seriousness to it that you didn't experience in a small airplane, with stable approach criteria, flight data, monitoring and safety, and things like this. So maybe you're a little bit worried about that, but at the same time, I think a properly briefed and practiced flying is not an issue. You know, even if you have a very restrictive standard operating procedures with very conservative stable approach criteria, you can just fly 6 miles visual. It partially defeats the purpose in terms of saving time, because in America a lot of people will do a visual because they want to save time. In Europe you'll do a visual because you want to maintain proficiency most of the times. But at least you maintain set proficiency, yeah? It's still 6 miles visual. It's a conservative visual, and from 6 miles you have almost 1,000 feet to stabilized. First of all, stop talking about that, Adam. It's stupid and you should know better. And second of all, it's actually not. It's fairly aligned with the norm. But that's not an issue with visual approaches. The issue is that you don't have opportunity to fly them very often. Because when you fly between Frankfurt and Palma de Mallorca, or Barcelona, or Madrid, or Rome Fiumicino, or Heathrow, or Gatwick, you don't really have opportunity to fly like that. There's just no room for it. So then when you finally one day go to an airport that has a lot less traffic, you're just not feeling proficient. I think this is the issue with visual flying. But you don't have to, because when you say visual approach, people think 3 miles final, 4 miles final, 5 miles final maybe. They don't think 6 or 7. But you can absolutely go for 6 or 7 miles final. And that's going to give you a buffer of 1,000 feet to become stabilized if you fuck up. And then at the end of the day, if you fucked it up, so what? Just make a go around, come back again, do the ILS, and that's it. Take it as experience, try again tomorrow. This is kind of how I see it. I don't know how well this aligns with the overall average mentality in Europe. Unless he's on board with it. I have this mentality because what I'm thinking about... Hey Shemit. What I'm thinking about is this one day where all the stuff that you see on the screen goes kaput. Adam, again, you should know better, and you have it wrong as well, but that doesn't matter. Going back, one day we could lose all of this. Normal law, the displaced. I mean, you can be in LKMR config without autopilot, without the auto thrust. You have to be able to fly the airplane. I mean, bloody hell, it's an airplane. 2 wings, 2 engines, ideally 2. We can do with 1. Stabilizers, and that's it. And some flight controls. Fucking hell. It's the same thing as all of them. And this applies to every jet. It can lose its systems to the point where you have to fly it like it's a Cessna. And when you have 200 people on board, you don't get to say, oh yeah, but we don't know how to because we only fly ILS. Okay, then you should have flown raw data ILS. And not just visual, basic flying. Raw data flying, visual approaches, departures. Mostly approaches. I think it's important that pilots feel the room to maintain their proficiency. Yeah, this is what I mean, Nokia. And even as I said, do it at 6 or 7 miles. You don't have to go for 2 miles visual at the beginning. You can go for 5 or 6 or 7. I understand people who say, I just want to show up, do it the easiest way and go home. I understand where that is coming from. But I had a conversation once with a friend, and he said, man, you do it twice a year in the simulator. My question to him was, if you go take 2 tennis lessons with Federer every year, does it mean you can now play versus Nadal? Did you really master tennis if you go twice a year? Probably not. Now, obviously, you don't have to be a master of manual handling skills and visual flying to fly a safe visual approach. But you do need a level of proficiency. No, it's not about time to me. I agree with this. I don't think doing visuals in present airline setting for time is worthy. I mean, you will save maybe 200 kilos of fuel, maybe 2-3 minutes. But to me, the biggest selling point of flying like this is proficiency. Just having the confidence and ability to do it. For one day in your career where all hell gets loose. And by all means, those are not skills that you're gonna be using on a daily basis. Because there are those days when you fly between Charles de Gaulle and Barcelona 5 times a day. But I think we should have that proficiency just for that one shitty day. That's my take on it. Maybe I'm wrong. I like to talk about it with my colleagues and debate it. Maybe I'm wrong, but at least for now, this is where my mentality is. Don't listen to this guy. Don't listen to him. Don't listen. Absolutely you should. Let's grab weather. Vote ban Nokia. Nokia has been very mean to Airbus recently, hasn't he? Oh, between those two, A321, I guess, because we're talking about Tolis. Man, that A330... Oh, wait, wrong comment. That A330 from Tolis is something that's so tempting to me, but I know I'm gonna completely regret it, so I'm not getting it. Still using runway 23 left in real life. Be that as it may, we go for 23 left. I'm happy with that. I've never landed on that runway, so I'm happy to give it a go first time. You know what? If the traffic situation allows it, we're gonna do a raw data approach. When are you gonna see me in tractor? Probably outside of the summer season, because during summer season I'm too tired to think about flying airplanes that I don't know how to fly. I'm just too lazy. Oh wait, it's altimeter. The fuck I know what is the altimeter setting. Okay, I go with this. 2979. But wait, if... Wait. It should allow you to do this. Yeah, it does. Good. It's not... I don't know why Windy showed me altimeter. Who operates A321? Half of the airlines around the world. Honestly, you have many options. So depends what you prefer. Which region, I guess. Yeah, but the matter I'm pulling through chat is in QNH, huh? Well, in either case... Oh, interesting. Okay. Then we trust Windy. Ah, look, it gives you both. It gives you QNH and altimeter. That's interesting. We can go with altimeter. That's fine. 29er, 79er. Okay, we have that. Good. We're gonna do auto brake low. Landing weight, let's say it's gonna be 69.5. Is that a fair and conservative approach to it? No. Landing weight is gonna be 70. That's conservative. Gonna do flaps full. Yeah, happy. Alright, let's do a quick briefing, shall we? So, for our approach into Taipei, we are going to fly Tonga arrival. Just basically a straight line, a long downwind, until Point Junita or Augur, depending how is the traffic. It's interesting procedure design, I would say. I mean, it's very simple, but it might just do the trick because it gives you a nice option for sequencing. Anyhow, it doesn't matter. We'll either proceed, as I said, via Junita or Augur. We'll see. Depends on the traffic. Minima for the approach is 320. Missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet. Initially straight ahead at 9.6 right turn to Sedum. What else? Stabilization 1,200 feet. Quite unfortunate with 0.8, but okay. What else? 150 as you can, 160 to 150 at 6 miles. That's perfectly fine. Easy to stabilize from that. Platform 2000, MSA 9000, extra fuel and time. We have 700 kilos, 21 minutes. After we land, we are going to vacate via Sierra 5 and then we'll taxi via Quebec to Apron Bravo. This is where we are going to park. Stop margin 1.3 kilometers. Special operations, potentially simultaneous parallel approaches, which sucks without controllers. I hope nobody's gonna be landing 2-3 right at the same time as we are landing, because it can get real messy. But in case that happens, the breakaway, we're not gonna break away. We're gonna try to first climb straight ahead if possible, because if we break away, we have to go to the south where we have terrain. I mean, more terrain than to here, obviously. It's a bit far south. We could easily make the turn, but we also overfly the city. So ideally, we would prefer to go straight ahead. Other threats, yeah, no ATC, so we have to use Unicom, and that's it. And if traffic allows it, maybe we'll do raw data. But no pressure, because if it doesn't, we can do it on the next station. Okay, so since Dave sent me, guys, I will now show you something. Dave sent me an extract from an old manual just to demonstrate to you this. You can find this in Google, so I'm pretty comfortable showing it to you. Or maybe I shouldn't. Fuck it, I won't. You can find it in Google. But if you guys look for the brake MEL, you'll find it. I'm sorry, I will take a conservative approach to that issue. Probably from the threats we discussed, the greatest one will be the traffic. I see those white bodies, including an A380. I think this is the A380 actually. Luckily for us, A380 is a much quicker airplane than A321. But this one is followed by a Dreamliner. You know what? I don't fancy an X-plane flying an approach right behind an A380, I must admit. I'm a little bit scared because the simulator has pretty good wake turbulence simulation from VATSIM, so you might really hit a nasty turbulence behind an A380. It's a really dangerous aircraft to get close to. Every year there are incidents of severe turbulence caused by that airplane to wide narrow body and injuries. We had one this year already in Europe. A320 entered the wake of A380 and they got severe turbulence. You guys remember we were flying to Budapest on a stream some weeks ago and we entered the wake of a 777 just for a brief moment? That was also unpleasant. So now imagine entering a proper wake of A380. We'll see how this plays out, because there is 5 arrivals at the same time. Somehow, magically, all of us 5 people decided to arrive in Taipei at the same time. So yeah, it is what it is. And I guess he's gonna follow the same arrival. Where is he even arriving from? It's Lufthansa from Manila. And EVA Air from Manila as well. They must be friends flying together. And A321 is also from Manila. All of them. You know what? I would never do this in real life. Ever. But I want to kind of get behind this A380. Yeah, but we should go definitely for runway 23 left with this wind, because if they go for 23 left and we go for 23 right, then we're gonna get hit by the vortices also, if we are on the approach at the similar time, because they are gonna drift onto the approach for runway 23 right. I mean, I don't know if we're gonna get close enough to him, because A380 is much quicker than A321. He's faster than me. But we'll see. Normally, I would never want to get behind it, but I just want to test the theory of how this wake turbulence works in X-plane from VATSIM. So first constraint on the procedure is 11,000 at or above, so we can descend that. If it gets too close, anyhow we have 4 holding points on the procedure. 4 published holdings, so it's okay. We can always just wait a little bit if it gets too icky, if they don't want to communicate and such. For now, it looks okay, the spacing between me and the A380, but there is a 777, I believe, somewhere there as well. Okay, I'll see you on the ground then. Hopefully an eventful landing. I really like how I always keep that right display useful. Yeah, that's what I mean. A380 is a much quicker airplane, so that's why I said I think we might not even encounter him. But if we do, I'm really curious how the vortices would be. The one in Europe, it was Eurowings. Unless there also has been an EasyJet. Could be too. And descent alt blue, flight level 110 blue. We have a little bit of clouds, engine anti-ice on. just to simulate that we are good pilots, I'll at least drop the cabin. Let's advise them to prepare for landing quicker at this moment, that's it. Just so they finish their preparation, seat all the passengers and themselves, and they have seatbelts fastened. I need my sunglasses in this cloud layer, it's so bright. I really like these sunglasses. You guys know the most famous story with A380 vortices, right? I think it was Prime Minister of Mexico, his jet that entered the vortices. Was it an A380 that caused that? On final to Mexico City. It flipped the aircraft over. And there was another case like this in the Indian Ocean. But in that case they got flipped over, but it was at high altitude, so they recovered, landed, and the aircraft was scrapped after that. Bombardier found, I think it was Bombardier airplane. They found so many issues with the aircraft that they just scrapped it. It's really a serious thing, honestly. And that is Taiwan. Looks quite nice in the simulator, no? I would say. I hate that you have to go to these exterior views to actually enjoy the wing view because the cabin is so bad. I really hate that fact. And I hate that winglet as well. Engine anti-ice off. Goofy. I think last year there also was a case of severe turbulence, but that was somewhere off the coast of Canada. Basically every year it happens. It's fairly common, even behind narrow. No, I didn't. What's so special about it? I even had a case of riding a wake of a 737, which sounds funny when you think about it because it's a narrow body, but I think they were extremely heavy, and it still gave us a fair amount of turbulence. So yeah, imagine A380 or a ultra heavily loaded 777-300. You've got to respect these big chunky airplanes. Let's take a look at VATSIM radar. Yeah, so I'm cutting ahead of EVA Air 154. I should have roughly 30 miles of separation between him and me. Mystic, on the other hand, might have to go behind him. But the EVA Air is gonna be gaining on me. Since it's a 777. Let's see his ground speed. Yeah, he's gaining on me. Oh well, we'll see. Let's see who's the lowest, because by SERA rules, but I don't know how it works in this part of the world. Yeah, by SERA, oh my god, this 777 is doing 460 knots ground speed at 18,000 feet. So by SERA, I should give way to that 777, because he's lower. If the airplane is lower, he has the right of way. But I don't know that he's lower, because he never told me, and my TCAS doesn't see him that low. For whatever reason. I have it in below, right? Yeah. I don't know why I don't see him. He's a fair amount of distance behind me, so maybe that's why. Well, be that as it may. I'm also gaining on our A380. But since he's descending ahead of me, I think I'll be okay. Let's take a look outside. Maybe we'll visually find the 777. Let's pretend that pilots can just do this in real life to separate. Look at that ship. I love these ships in X-Plane. Fuck me, I'm not even gonna pretend I can find him. Ah, whatever. 787, 777. Point stands. I cannot find him. Yeah. He's very low in that 787. 16,000 feet. Ah, that's... But he's also 30 miles behind us. Still. I'm trying to use the X-Plane zoom, but I still cannot force it. I'm a bit scared of doing it like this, but I'll try. Maybe I should be looking more like this. Ah, there he is. We found him, chat. There it is, the 787 EVAR. And the reason I was scared to do it is because it leaves the camera behind the airplane, so more stuff renders. Oh, come on. X-Plane looks great sometimes. It's X-Plane. We're on X-Plane today. This is Tolis, A321 Neo. That's why it's ugly. But the livery is nice. I always put MSFS. Regardless which simulator I fly. Now I would say I'm also low. But I'm too lazy to do my own descent. I will let the airplane work for me. Why are these constraints not coded? I mean, in any case, we comply with all of them because it's... Yeah, it's just 5,000 feet or above here. For me, X-Plane is like this. On normal day, it's a lot less headache than MSFS. It's just super smooth and works like a charm. But when it has a bad day and it decides to start crashing on you, then that's a really bad day. Whereas in MSFS, I don't have like these big issues every now and then, but I constantly have small stuff that annoys me. Like GSX pissing me off, or VRAM getting leaked, or stuff like that. Wait, what? I didn't set that up. At least I didn't think I did. You mean an X-Plane? Not really. The bad things that happen with my X-Plane, actually we didn't see any single major one recently. The most major one that I've had involves a specific add-on, which is Rotate MD11, to my great sadness, because it means I cannot fly it, and it's also related to my GPU. Like, I think some kind of texture work they done with that airplane is just not something that AMD GPUs are happy with, so that crashes my driver, that airplane, and with that my game. But other than that, I haven't had any major X-Plane issues recently. But sometimes some people get them and it's a pain in the ass to deal with. But I also don't have a lot of stuff in my X-Plane these days, so it runs pretty stable. Oh, what is this? The HUD. Shift plus W. I tried to press Shift plus S for my sunglasses, and apparently you have this. I didn't know. Man, I love this livery. I'm literally in love with this. Such a good looking airplane. We can go to 5,000 feet now. And we can set QNH, or altimeter rather. Ugh, flipping those switches on Wing Wing is quite demanding. So altimeter 2979 or 2979. How did they say this in America? Anyhow, altimeter 2979 is set, cross-check altitude 13,000 feet. Since we've already done the cabin, we can do the approach checklist as well. So approach checklist, battery ref, altimeter 2979, seatbelts are on, minimum baro 320, auto brake low, engine mode selector normal, approach checklist completed. So now we have an airplane behind us, and again it's a little bit annoying because we are really stacked up, and technically he has the right of way. But I will for now continue. You know what? We're gonna go for a non-standard speed. We're gonna maintain high rate. Just gonna go vertical speed for the time being. He's flying 18 knots ground speed faster than me. Oh yeah, I see that. Fucking hell. Well, that's not ideal. Shall we just let him go, chat? He seems to be in a hurry. Hey Charlie, welcome. Maybe we should just let him go. Let's turn on the lights because it's daylight only for me. Type A traffic, Dynasty 457 to EVA 154. I'm trying. I'm being a good boy. Sim go around. Welcome.
Retard.
What a nice name. Thanks for the follow, man. Dynasty is a phenomenal call sign. Phenomenal livery as well. I mean, I'm flying the special one, but even the normal one is great. Man, look how good X-Plane can look. I mean, I think it looks incredibly good. If you forget these clouds here, because those are clouds. I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be a drama because he's really fast. No, I use default camera system. I find it to be quite good. He's still 50 knots faster than me. That means he's flying like 330 knots. At flight level 90. Oh no. Guys, the 380 is going for the long approach. Vatsim. We're flying on Vatsim. You know what? We might go with the long approach ourselves. And now I'm getting close to that 380. I'm wondering if this light chops we are feeling is residual of his wake or not. It's light chops, but it's we have some chops, yeah? Man, leave me alone, this EVA Air. Taipei traffic Dynasty 457 to EVA Air 154. He doesn't care. Oh. Yeah, good day. This is Dynasty 457. We're just 10 miles ahead of you. Would you mind slowing down a little bit? We're maintaining 29 or 5 knots to create some separation. Two 900 is not gonna be good enough. No, fucking X-Pilot. Hey, chat, we got them talking, though. That's good. That's good. But what is the A380 doing? A380 is turning now. He did an overfly for whatever reason. I think he might be reducing even more. You know what we're gonna do? I'm not gonna fly at 290 knots at 5,000 feet. So soon we're gonna reduce ourselves. I'm just gonna announce that. They are going to free right. Yeah, but I still have to find a way to free left around this guy. So I will just fly the full thing. I have at the it's smooth because I have 90 frames and I'm running it at didn't do anything special to optimize the game. It just runs pretty well on my hardware, I have to say. Type A traffic Dynasty 457 will be reducing speed to 250 knots. And we'll be performing ILS approach for runway 23 left via Augur. I had a brain fart. Okay, we can descend 4,700 feet now. Okay, well, let me try again. Type A traffic Dynasty 457, reducing 250 knots, descending 4,700 feet via Augur will be performing ILS approach runway 23 left, Type A. I did AVO when I started Flight Sim, but for a very long time now I've been using VATSIM. Found it a little bit more realistic. I don't understand what could be the problem. Type A traffic Dynasty 457 radio check. Speed managed. You know, I really love these ships in X-Plane. This is so good how they are just alive and sailing about fantastic stuff, especially when you come into these big airports that are next to ports like Hong Kong. It's really nice to see. Somebody told me it's not entirely realistic. There's not as many in real life, and that's fine. But it's still nice to see. If he's going for 2-3 right, it might just be okay. If he's going for 2-3 left, it's gonna be a mess. Type A traffic Dynasty 457 reducing minimum clean speed on course to flash for ILS 23 left. The airplane is gonna struggle to reduce. Potentially. I mean, it's not that heavy. No, it's gonna be okay, I think. 17 miles. Yeah, should be fine. I will help it.
Traffic, Lufthansa 127, establish localized on runway 23 right.
You're on Oh my god. What are you doing? Let's go flaps 1. Mystic is crazy, pilota. Alt star. Okay, I don't want alt star. I want you to gently continue because we're definitely going to meet the constraint as expected. That's insane. Good luck with that. Well, we'll see how you can manage being established with flaps 1 airplane. Let's see how you do that. I'm going to just force selected speed like that, so it keeps bleeding it and doesn't outpower it as speed, because that's going to be a slightly annoying thing. We came in a little bit quick on this approach, but at the same time it's kind of good with the airplane behind us, so I'm okay with it. And let me just verify my ILS frequency, because we have simultaneous parallels, just to be sure. India, Charlie, Juliet, November identified. Glide slope star, missed approach altitude is set. Yeah, seems okay with flaps 1, but it might be tough to keep reducing after flaps 2 when it gives us the pitch down moment. We'll see. Around 10 miles we'll go flaps 2, unless the speed keeps bleeding. We don't really have any thermals or turbulence, so I'm very comfy if the speed keeps dropping. As you can see, the engines are idling, so maybe the speed will gently decay as we're coming in. If not, we'll have to configure. That's just Airbus for you, unfortunately. It doesn't have that one, like, interim flap setting. That's the issue. 737 has flaps 5, we don't have that. We basically have flaps 1 and 15. I know how I see it. Okay, the airplane is not reducing. Let's go flaps 2. Speed checked flaps 2, speed managed. What is Luftwaffe doing? Oh, there's the A380. I'm a little bit scared, Chad, actually. I'm a little bit scared of that chunky boy. What a nice cinematic arrival. We might have to go gear down. 190 at 8. It's more or less okay. We'll see how it goes at 7 miles. For now, no drama.
$2,500.
180 at 7 is more or less okay. Oh, by the way, additional threat, I didn't notice runway is 60 meters wide. It might give us illusion and shitty flare. Okay, we'll go gear down, 6 miles. 2K. I mean 2K. 2560 by 1440. Flaps 3, speed checked flaps 3, and flaps full, speed checked flaps full. Landing checklist.
Level 1.5 establish IRS 23 left.
Landing checklist is completed. Oh, this is not gonna work, sir. I still have time until 1000 feet. Let's make it 140 knots, but this is nothing. And Type A traffic Dynasty 457, 4 miles final ILS 23 left. Oh my goodness gracious. Stabilized. Or keep the autopilot just so we can... It was Mystic, but this is so not gonna work with that that airplane there. Oh, this is so cool. I don't even care if this is legal, it's just so fun. We're in a flight simulator and it's so nice to fly it parallel to an A380. Just so I can scan my approach. Okay, there he comes. We have to fly our stuff now.
500.
Autopilot off. Cut 1.
400.
Land.
300. 100 above.
Checked.
200. Minimum.
Just a small drift from the center line, correcting the puppies. Oh, we're nicely on the glide path.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard. 10.
Oh, I kinda overdone it with the engines. Well, it's okay. We'll vacate next to the right. Spoilers, reverse green, decel, brake low. I'm scared to disconnect the auto brake because I know how shitty my braking is gonna be. 70 knots.
Auto brake off.
Manual braking, and we keep 50 knots to vacate. You keep the reversers. Technically, you're supposed to be in idle reverse. My throttles are just shit. So let's imagine we're in idle. You can maintain idle reverse until reaching taxi speed. I'm curious if we're gonna see a 787 behind us. Well, in all fairness, I've made plenty of suggestions to reduce the speed, so... And he even vacates ahead of me. Look how quick he is! Where is he going? What is he doing? No! No, 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 no. No! Nice. Amazing. Well, guys, it was nice knowing you, huh? I fell victim of the famous Eva Air punches. Eva Air just massacred our A321. Understandable, sir. Have a good day. Took revenge for what? I did this nicely. I maintained fairly high speed to help him. It's just I could not maintain it any longer. I think he just wants to go to bed, guys. It's quite late in Taiwan. After the ending checklist, flaps retracted, radar and predictive wind shear off and off. What to do? Oh, I hate how tall his taxis. Come on, airplane, go. Got absolutely murdered by that guy. And he's just waiting there now. At least we had a nice parallel approach with A380 though. Ay. You see, this guy, we should send him my YouTube video, my YouTube tutorial, so he can watch it, and then he can perform a go-around next time. Mystic, your call sign was 601, right? That's you. Not this one. Or is it 904? I forgot. No, you're 904. Okay. In that case... I might have cut a corner there, but... Uh-oh. I'm an idiot. Disregard. Approved by the controller. I thought this remote stands connected and you can cross through it. Well, exactly, follow me. And follow me is definitely with me. I see it straight ahead of me, so... Mystic outsmarted everyone today. Just a small legal shortcut. But we had a follow me car. Now, where is my marshaller? No, sir. It was absolutely fine because we had a follow me car. Okay, we stop here, and first thing we're gonna do is fix our braking problem. Because it's quite frustrating. Where is the joystick axis? Left toe brake. Why doesn't it work then? Ah, there it is. Now it works. Oi, parking brake set. And APU available, cooling time elapsed. Shutdown. Welcome to Taipei, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the parallel operations. With the A380. Wasn't planned, but looked nice. Okay, I'm gonna do another flight to Osaka. So just give me a second. Osaka Airport. I don't know the AKO. Ah, it's Kansai. Ah, there are two of them. Well, now that's a problem. We have to find out which one do they fly. Hey, Antihero, welcome. You just missed me getting completely murdered by 787. Ah, no, it was Okinawa. Sorry, not Osaka. Okinawa. So that's going to be Dynasty 120. And the airport code is ROA. I've never been to Okinawa, and it's an important historical place, so I'm excited to go. How is the weather there? It's perfectly good. Alright, let's do it. How much frames do we have? It's roughly 60. That's okay. That is the Ivar. He is the evil Ivar. How many passengers are we gonna carry? 170. A lot of passengers for that flight. Okay, flight plan is filed. Let's just change the stream title. It's going to be Taipei to Okinawa. Good. I think I have everything I need. Let's reconnect to VATSIM as well. Alright, cool. Man, I love this airplane. Let's load our passengers first. We're gonna take 168. 6.2 tons of fuel. That's it. Yeah, I don't see why not. 6 knots of tailwind is not a problem. Oh wait, do I? No, I don't. Is parking brake set? It is. What the fuck? Huh. Interesting. I don't know why ground control doesn't work. could not tell you. Oh, we might have to skip that singular item. Let me see. Curious, is it really possible that they are this silly? Ah, okay. Good. Anyhow, we'll go on to ground power. I wanted to test it. I guess you've already explained it, but... Alright, let's prepare the next flight. My girlfriend is coming home from her flight though, so I want to expedite so when she reaches home, I don't have to tell her I will be live for another 2 hours. It's a short flight, it's just 1 hour of airtime. But still, 53922. Ah, it already uplinked that, wow. Performance as well, what? No, we cannot fly together, we are 2 first officers. And anyways, that is a bit of a conflict of interest as well. No, I haven't. I sometimes think about it, but I'm generally not... I'm not in love... I don't love Tolis as a developer, so I don't want to give them more money at the moment than I already have, because I already gave them enough. Not saying it's a bad aircraft or anything, I just know it looks awful, and I know chat likes to look at pretty airplanes. And I already feel like I'm cheating a little bit when I fly the A320. No, they are not considered bad, but I would not say they are amazing either. It's like decent, let's say. I wonder which runway they would most likely be using, 18 right or 18 left. I didn't even know it had 2 runways, that airport. I've never flown there. Wow. It looks like such an interesting airport. We have to land on 18 right. Or 36 left. You know what? I'm gonna go for 36 left. 36 left, I feel like it's gonna be the most scenic. Oh no, look, between the two, absolutely go for flight factor. It's not even a question. Go for flight factor, you're gonna be very happy, I think. That's what I would do for sure. It's really funny how Japanese airports have these stars that are named with waypoint and direction. So we have Velno South. Look, let me put it this way. These airplanes are good, but you would have to be, in my opinion, careful with calling them study level, because study level means to me that you could use this airplane to study for type rating. And when somebody asks you a question about the airplane, you can, show up with knowledge, like what you've practiced in this airplane. However, with Tolis, it can sometimes give you wrong things as well. So, it's kind of there, but they have room for improvement. Let's just put it that way, in my opinion. I know it's an unpopular opinion in X-Plane community. I know, I'm aware of that. But this is the hill I will be dying on. 72.4. Let's do VOR. We'll see once we get there. I could take this intersection. What intersection is this? It's Sierra 9. Wait a second, they don't display the data. If they don't, then I'm too lazy to do it. Yeah, they don't, then fuck it. No, there is, okay. We could take Sierra 8, that's 3,000 28 meters, which means 700. Oh wait, not here. 772. Same performance, so let's take this because it's gonna shorten our taxi a little bit, and stop margin is still fantastic. 149 meters with this flex, I'm happy. I have 149, 149, 151, flex 60 flea, flaps 1, 221, and stop margin 141. Very good performance. I'll take it. NADP2. And let's see the SID. Is this a SID that we can use as engine out routing? Yes, it is. We're gonna use it. Good. Quick briefing, guys. Let's do that. So, for departure, we'll be following Kudos 1 Bravo departure. As you can see it here, first turn max to 10. Actually, we're gonna do NADP2 again. NADP1, sorry. So 3,200. Just to climb faster, get a shortcut quicker. And we'll fly with some shortcut to Kudos once we have sufficient terrain clearance. MSA 9,000 feet because of this peak right here. Extra fuel, we have some 600 kilos, I want to say, 500 kilos. And yes, you have to download Sim App Pro. It's their software, awful software. And in that software you can do it. We are on parking position Charlie 9, I want to say. Was it Charlie 9? Charlie 9. So we'll push back facing northeast, then we'll taxi via Quebec 5, Sierra 8. Very short taxi, guys. Stop margin 140 meters, special operations nothing, non-standard nothing, Fred's VATSIM no ATC. As we saw, we died once today already thanks to the Dreamliner. Let's hope we manage to not die a second time. Yeah, it has a setting in the SimApp Pro. You have to play with it a little bit. It's sometimes a touch annoying and you might have to redo it. And that concludes the briefing. High terrain to the south, so we'll have terrain on my display for this departure. And we're only gonna take that shortcut once we're ready for it. Let's start the APU and let's go. That was a quick turn, huh? In real life, the longest part of turning the aircraft is usually boarding of passengers. That takes the most amount of time. And fuel, yes, fuel plus the passenger. But pilots, we could set up the aircraft in a couple of minutes. Naturally, I don't have ATC that I have to talk to, coordinate pushes and bullshit like that. But, I mean, sorry, wait for my turn on the frequency, then maybe there is ramp congestion, yada yada yada. But if the airport was empty, and we were
Some
flying...
doors are still opened or the GPU or the ASU are still connected. I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Yeah, exactly. But if you had the fuel and if you don't have to take the passengers, as you can see, it's very easy to set up the aircraft. It's similar. It's authentic. Let's put it that way. It's not always realistic, but it's authentic. You can absolutely use this to learn a thing or two. Record quick turnaround. The brakes didn't have a chance to cool at all. Let's hope we don't get them too hot during taxi, but we should be fine. 90 degrees to go. Oh, Infer, thank you for the hello from YouTube. Sorry I didn't notice. Honestly, I haven't been checking YouTube chat all that much. I'm still looking for a solution for that. I have to cautiously remember, and there has not been that many people on YouTube chat today. Okay. Why are they... Ah, the doors are open. Amazing. Can we close the doors, please? For the love of God. What if I just turn on the beacon? No. There should be a button, close all.
Okay, all doors and
Yeah,
hatches are
good.
closed. Ready to connect.
Taipei Traffic Dynasty 120, stand Charlie 9er will be pushing back into Quebec, facing northeast. I'm really curious how Okinawa is gonna look. The airport layout, I didn't show you the chart, but it looks very, very interesting. Japanese airports are something else. We have to do some flying in Japan, but I think we should be doing that in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Because Japan received the update.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. So connected and bypass pin inserted. Room
Cockpit
target
preparation checklist, I forgot. Gear pins and covers removed. Fuel quantity 6,180 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRS. NAV and Barrow FQNA. Correction, altimeter 2979. Cockpit preparation checklist completed. Before start checklist. Parking brake set. Takeoff speeds and thrust. V1149, VR149, V2151, flex 63. Windows closed and beacon on. Before start checklist completed. Ground from flight deck, parking brake released, you may commence the push.
starting pushback, and you may start engines.
I don't think so. But right now we are not yet in Japan, we are in Taiwan. But we are going to Japan because we are going to Okinawa. Alright, dual cooling. Probably fuel is not most useful right now. Starting engine number 1. Maybe we'll do some flying in Japan. I'm just... Right now I'm a bit, you know... I'm not in my Microsoft Flight Simulator era. I hope Eva Air is not gonna comment, get me. I don't see him anywhere. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Just get Sima Pro and try to kill it there. Okay, engine number 2 has motored. Engine number 1 is spooling up now. I never used this view, but it's pretty cool, huh? I would say. Starting engine number 2. No, I didn't. Stop lying. I didn't even pay attention. Oh, details, sir. No problem. I just noticed now.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake is set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Ground from flight deck to good engine starts. You may disconnect. Thank you. Have a good day. Standard Airbus procedure is number 1 and then number 2. Hey Simao, welcome. Welcome. How do we like the new overlay? I just thought Volanta was too generic. I wanted something of my own that matches the styling of YouTube thumbnails and my articles. I've had feedback that it's a bit too big, so we're gonna adjust the thickness of it, but I think it's overall good step. After start checklist, what? Anti-ice off. Ecam status. Checked pitch trim 23.2% and rudder trim neutral. After start checklist completed. Hand signal received. Flight controls. Pull up. Pull down. Neutral. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. And rudder. Pull left. Pull right. Neutral. Okay, today a bit unusual because we're gonna do terrain on my side. And before I start moving, taxi checklist. Flight controls checked, flap setting, conf1 inserted, conf1 displayed. Radar and predictive wind shear on and auto, engine mode selector normal, and ECA memo takeoff no blue. Taxi checklist completed, left side clear, right side clear, parking brake released. And this way we can go straight to the runway. I need to install, I think, some plugin for terrain databases because it seems off all the time, no? Taipei Traffic Dynasty 120, taxiing holding point Sierra 8, runway 23 left via Quebec, Quebec 5 and Sierra. Hello Flock, yes, this is X-Plane 12. Oh, I typically, most of the times I use ARC. Let's call ARC default. NAV, on the other hand, I use in occasional cases where I expect turns of like 180 degrees, basically. So let's say we are flying this direction, but we are departing this, so I would keep NAV in such conditions. But it's really pilot's preference. There is no guidance on this. You should should use ND mode that gives you information that you need and relevant stuff. So probably, you know, ARC 160 is not appropriate, but you could go with ARC 20 or 10. 10 is usual, or you could also go with NAV. I personally quite enjoy NAV if I have these turns, but it's absolutely up to you. And this is also something you'll see me do for approaches and arrivals. Basically, let's say we want to, like we did on this trim, we landed on this runway, so opposite direction as we're taxiing now, but we came from the south. So I sometimes fly that in NAV, and I just like it for situational awareness because I have graphic display of, you know, the whole approach, the runway, etc., not just the things ahead of me, because now I only see what is ahead of me, well, behind me as well, but to a limited degree, right? If I set it to 10, I see nothing behind me. If I set it to NAV 20, I see to the front almost the same thing, but to the back additional information. Most approaches you would not use LS. LS sometimes you can. It's there if you want to use it, but I hardly ever use it. I use it during raw data approaches sometimes. Okay, here comes Quebec 5. We'll be taking turn to the right, then to the left. To Sierra 8. Oh, I forgot to set my initial climb altitude. Which is 4,000 feet. Which sucks because, yeah, it just sucks. Oh, whoa. Taxing the airplane while you play with charts is maybe not ideal. Chart actually doesn't give you initial climb altitude. But okay, we'll keep 4,000 feet blue and then we'll adjust as required shortly after departure. Also, ARC gives you the highest level of detail at small range if you really want high level of detail. So if you're flying a visual approach, it's also quite nice, I would say. The right, nobody, very good. This is such a bummer with time zones because everyone is sleeping in this part of the world, so you never have ATC. I've had ATC in Taipei once. We'll put some sunglasses. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Wait. Line up checklist. Take off runway 23 left, Sierra 8. TCAS, Tara, Pax 1 and 2 on. Line up checklist completed. Taipei traffic, Dynasty 120 via Sierra 8. We'll be lining up runway 23 left. Ash, fuck my life. Sierra 7 is first. I did it too early. It doesn't matter. We're not bothering too many people with our strobe lights now. Yeah, these sunglasses are quite useful. I've only been told about this feature a couple of weeks ago, but since then I'm almost using them on every flight, almost. Definitely on the day flights, of course. I suppose we'll take the shortcut once we are crossing 9,000 feet, because that's that obstacle on our... I mean, that obstacle is fairly south, but... Yeah, I like X-Plane. I think it's an underlooked simulator. But I've been shocked because a lot of community members, at least on my Discord, then they seem to be enjoying the X-Plane streams, which I'm quite happy to see, because I have a really good time flying in the simulator. It's very problem-free and enjoyable for me. Ah, nice. We're taxiing without any lights. Good job, Captain. There are aspects to it that are visually stunning, in my opinion. The atmosphere especially. Atmosphere and clouds is something I greatly enjoy. And lightning system during the night. And wet runways and wet aprons. Wet surfaces in general. These things I really like. Taipei traffic, Dynasty 120 departing runway 23 left. Okay, that was one hell of a shitty lineup. I'm not going to chase the center line. We don't do that. I just want to verify. Aha. I thought I might have missed it. There we go. That's better. Okay, take off. If you fuck up the lineup like I did, don't chase the center line. Line up with the heading. And then you can correct it on the go. Manual flex 63, SRS runway, auto thrust blue. Thrust set. $100 knots. V1, rotate. Come on, keep rotating. Why aren't you? Positive climb. Gear up. Strange rotation. And enough. The only problem with sunglasses, and it's like this in real life as well, sometimes it's annoying to read D&D. Okay, initially we'll follow the SID. That is until 9,000 feet, and then we'll take a shortcut. Press climb auto first. Let's set 9,000. There is no constraint that this would bust, so I just want a continuous nice climb. Quite low rate of climb. That's why I checked my gear. Shut up. Next time you go to work in MMAX, remember what you say. How is it that you like War Thunder more than the ships? Wait, what ships? You mean like World of Warships? Climb out blue. Don't worry, mate, that's gonna change with time. I don't play War Thunder for the ships, I play it for the tanks. And to smaller degree airplanes, but primarily climb out blue. I forgot to read it out. But primarily tanks. I was a professional player in World of Tanks, actually. But it's a godforsaken game. To be honest, War Thunder has also a lot of issues these days. But I would argue that it's still a better game than World of Tanks. Less predatory game. War Thunder. World of Tanks is more pay to win. At least around the vehicle eras that I play. Flaps 0, speed checked. Flaps 0. No, I don't play DCS, and let me explain to you why. Because DCS is the best option probably, but DCS is a rabbit hole. You have to have a lot of time and commitment for that game. I mean, for that simulator. Which I just don't have. One day, maybe, when I'm half retired and I'm just terrorizing, I'm joking of course, new cadets in the type rating, maybe I'll play DCS, but right now I just don't have the time for it. To learn. But it's the best. However, of course, it does not come with the ground gameplay, yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's team-based, both World of Tanks and War Thunder. But like any semi-competitive game, when you don't queue up with a team, when you play like normal queue, your teammates are not your teammates, they are like donors, yeah? Living shields and stuff like that. But in its competitive gameplay, it's a team play game, yeah? But World of Tanks competitive is a joke. I've played competitive World of Tanks and that game just does not have a spine to be competitive. Autopilot 1. It used to be different. There is no roles. You just play tanks. I mean, I played mostly on medium tanks most of the time, but you play everything here and there. World of Tanks is a game that it just doesn't have a piece of competitive spirit left in it. Because of RNG, essentially. It's a very heavily RNG-based gameplay. And how can you have a game call itself competitive when for example, a tournament game can come down to, you know, essentially RNG in some extreme cases, of course. Tactics, skill matter, but RNG can sometimes dictate the outcome, especially at a competitive level, because players are more or less equally skilled. Kudos, Nav. So yeah, it's really a shame what happened to that game. Primary reason why this happened, I think, is developer just realized it's more profitable for them not to invest a tremendous amount of money into esports and instead focus on making premium tanks for a lot of money for older players. And that's how it went. The game is just filled with pay-to-win content. No, it's different companies. They interestingly come from the same region of the world. One is Russian, the other one is Belarusian. And it's interesting because they more or less have the same slightly too unfair approach to their games, I would say. But War Thunder is better, if you ask. Set standard. Set cross-check level 114. We can release the passengers. What are you downloading? War Thunder. War Thunder is a horror game, especially if you don't want to spend money on it. That's facts, unfortunately. I mean, there are people who enjoy the free-to-play aspects of it, but... yeah, I think I need the terrain weather plugin. So then, well, if you want to play any games, right, I think you ought to play normal games. Just, I don't know, buy Red Dead Redemption and spend your time on it. There are very few games which are not predatory like this. I want to say League, Dota, Counter-Strike, StarCraft, but StarCraft is pretty much dead. I started playing Counter-Strike 2 recently, but I didn't pick it up as much. But if you want, we can play one day, actually. I think the game is good. I think it's a good game. It doesn't have the same predatory mechanics that World of Tanks has. And you don't need to spend money on it to actually enjoy it. Like, continuously. Play Dota. I think Dota is a very good game. I've played it a couple of times. I'm more of a League player, I'm sorry to say it. I know some people in the chat might cringe out. Yeah, but you do it for the skins. But you don't have to spend it to actually play the game. You know what I mean? Whereas in War Thunder... let me explain this. So War Thunder is a game that has different battle ratings. And basically you can play from tractors from before World War II all the way to modern day main battle tanks and jets, right? The problem is that I only enjoy high tier gameplay. I don't enjoy low tiers. So the amount of time to build yourself an account that can be competitive in like this high tier gameplay without spending money is ridiculous. I mean, especially us with pilot jobs, we don't have time for it. So I'm sorry to say I did spend some amount of money on that game. I mean, I like the game, so maybe I shouldn't be sorry about it. But yeah, that's just how that game is. Once you spend that money and you reach there, you can have fun, in my opinion, if you really enjoy it. Dr. DRXP, I don't know, sorry, how else to say your name. Welcome to the stream. We've just departed Taipei for Okinawa. And at the risk of losing a lot of viewers, I will say that I do enjoy League of Legends. I mean, I think that's just nostalgia. It's a game I grew up on. When I was a kid in Poland, it was kicking off. And yeah, I have a lot of sentiment to that game. I was never really good at it, but I just always kind of enjoyed it. I have around 40. I'm chilling. Well, I have a simulator, but I like simulators. I'm one of these guys that enjoys going to the sim. Well, at least you're getting paid. quite nice, huh? I guess, during summer. Let's go to a bit of wing view. Let's take a look at Taipei as we depart. Yeah, I cannot complain. My summer is okay. July I worked a lot, but August I don't, so. Hey Morphus, welcome. By the way, guys, if you didn't have the chance, I invite you to check out my latest YouTube tutorial. It's a very lengthy piece of tutorial, but a lot of people came back with feedback that they found it quite useful. It's on the YouTube channel, and the bot sometimes spams the link, so you can just go with that. I don't remember how much I had in July. In July, I flew. In August, I fly as well, but like, yeah, 30, 40 hours or so. Because I go to the simulator. I'm curious to see what am I gonna train. How old was I? Oh, let me do the math. 25. The YouTube link in my bio doesn't work, really. How about the one sent by the bot? This one should work. Yeah, this one works, guys. Let me update the bio. You might be right. It could be from an old channel that I eventually changed. Yeah, I think you're onto something here. Let's fix the bio. Yeah. I know some areas already, but there's always a little bit of a extra stuff. Ah, but I don't mind it. There we go. Social link has been changed. Now it leads to the correct YouTube channel. So I invite you to check it out. What a nice flight. 1 hour and 5 minutes, and this is with headwind. But imagine how difficult is flying here during typhoons. Jesus Christ. Being Taipei based must be one of a kind experience. Let's see the weather, because the wind slightly favored runway 18 when we departed, but I really want to land runway 36. Yeah, okay, 3 knots is no problem. The aircraft can take 15, so we are gonna land with tailwind. And this is not full 3 knots component, it's 2 knots, so it's like wind variable. Oh, Shulk, I'm so sorry. I tried to, but man, you're so very welcome for the tutorial. I'm sorry I didn't read the chat. This is the first time I'm doing YouTube streaming, and I'm still getting by with this. I'm so sorry, but I'm happy you found the tutorial useful. Where would you want to fly if you had to leave Europe? Asia. I think Asia. Actually, no, sorry, New Zealand. My first airline choice, if every airline would take me in the world, would be Air New Zealand, because I've never been there. It's an ignorant choice, but I would love to see that country. And just, I mean, from ignorant point of view, just watching videos and stuff, I would love to see New Zealand. And if not New Zealand, then I think Asia. Air Suzy, yeah, that's cool, but I want to live a long, calm life. We are going to Okinawa. The first flight was, we're flying China Airlines. We flew from Hong Kong to Taipei, and now we are going from Taipei to Okinawa. No, we are not doing a tutorial. We've already done one. And Chuck and Jack Waiter, thanks for the follows. Here's my YouTube channel. You can check it out. It's a very long tutorial, so brace yourself. But I'm trying to make slightly more advanced content for people who really want to get more in depth. So I encourage you to check it out. There are 2 tutorials uploaded so far. I'm taking my time. It's a new project. Now, is 15 knots a lot? First thing first, 15 knots is not for every aircraft in the family, just so you know. Typically limit yourself to 10 knots. If you limit yourself to 10 knots, you're you're gonna be safe. And it is quite a bit. It does affect your landing performance definitely, so if you're limited with a runway length, it might be a problem. In terms of touchdown, it can be a bit tricky. With the flare, you have to flare a bit sooner and watch the aircraft's energy. But other than that, it's landing like any other. And higher rate of descent also on final. You can generally trust the airplane with this, Jack. The airplane does it by itself, and what it does is it takes your VLS, which it computes automatically based on the inserted weight, and then adds 5 knots to it. And if you want, you can then start adding a little bit of speed for crosswind and headwind landings, like 2 extra knots, which is generally safe. South America, I didn't say because I primarily didn't base this on the airlines, but locations of the world that I think I would fit in best. And I think I would enjoy Asia. Don't get me wrong, I would love to see South America as well, but I think my choice would be Asia as of now. Or New Zealand. Or Australia. The problem with those is that I know I will never be a pilot in Australia or New Zealand. I think they have too many pilots. I mean, I think they are fairly hermetic to expats. They have enough to satisfy their needs in Australia. They don't need foreigners to come in and help, so... I might be wrong with this, but... But hell yeah, I would not mind some Air New Zealand or Qantas XLR flying. Because I often say that I hate XLR. I mean, I never flew Airbus A321 XLR, chat. I don't have those where I work. So I never flown it. So I just know it from stories. But I'm yapping about it, but I think if I started flying it a lot and gained some experience on it, I would not mind, I believe. It's an interesting airplane because you can fly long haul with it, but it's still an A320 in its core. Yeah, and it's just interesting flying as well, you know? This is also why I picked it. I mean, being based in Hong Kong or Taipei, I imagine it's crazy experience in terms of weather management, especially. Yeah, Jack, this is something that generally comes with experience, but also watching streams, especially from people who know what they are doing, like myself, Blackbox, Edward, that can help. Sooner or later, we're gonna have a tutorial about this, but honestly, making tutorials while being a full-time airline pilot is very demanding. How do you find it, Captain RM17? I will just call you Captain. It's a little bit easier. I try my best when I fly to walk people in the chat through what I'm doing. So maybe you'll pick something up there during the approach. It's a short flight we are doing today, so... we are landing in less than 50 minutes, as you can see. And we haven't even reached the top of climb. I love this approach, man. I absolutely love this approach. Just straight in, almost. I mean, almost straight in. Just, let's say, straight into base. Like, fantastic. How are these constraints in approach? Oh, that's a short final as well. It is. Yeah, it's what, 7 miles-ish? what I do, Captain, is I just create these situations here. Fantastic tool, by the way. So you just, whenever you're ready to take a snapshot, you name it, save situation, and you can load it. If I pressed any of these ones, it will just teleport me to those situations. Those are the ones I use for my videos. That's why when you watch my tutorials, you'll see so much explain. It's not because explain is better for tutorials. I arguably think MSFS would be better for tutorials because more people would be watching them. However, in MSFS, I cannot easily teleport like this. This FSI panel does not do such... It's an okay add-on, but it's nowhere close to what I have here. This is the reason why you'll see so much explain in those videos, because on explain I can just spawn, I can take many takes without, you know, having to go do the thing all over. I just press load up and I'm back on my 5 miles final, taking my shot, so it's fantastic. Good afternoon. I'm going to say from Poland because I'm Polish and I usually just don't talk about the place I live. Happy Wednesday to you as well. We're just climbing out from Taipei. You know, what's really funny about YouTube streaming, Chad, is that for whatever reason, YouTube is automatically translating your comments into Polish, which pisses the hell out of me.
Retard.
Because I don't know who's actually Polish. Danny Aviator, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. What do you mean? You're in? I don't even know the airport. But if you're gonna come over, let's do a parallel approach. On the first flight of the day, we had a parallel approach with A380. So by all means, please. Polish people are all over. As far as I know, we have a very big Polish community in Chicago. There were a lot of Polish people who migrated to the United States and England. Captain, I'm just using my own camera set here, as you can see. So I just have a bunch of cameras saved under my numerical keyboard, and I just jump like this between them. Witam również. You can set that up in a setting. I think it's called load saved view and save view, of course. So this is what I do. I use the same system in both simulators. Same keybinds, same everything, same functionality. This is how I always dealt with cameras. So I can just press one button and jump to the camera I'm interested in. Whether that's the GoPro camera, you know, normal flight deck view or wing view. Yeah, that's how the Airbus is. It's an airplane that's been built to maximize safety by reducing workload, essentially. If you're looking for a thrill of manual handling, Airbus is not the most fun airplane to fly. It can be fun and thrilling to fly in specific ways. However, specifically manual handling skills is not something that Airbus is particularly thrilling with because of its design. I think fundamentally that design is fantastic. I think it's great because I know from simulator perspective it might be a bit different. It might even seem a little bit boring here and there. But when you fly in real life with, you know, 180 souls, safety ultimately should overcome anything. And that aircraft does this incredibly well. Because even in the moments of... So basically, a quick backstory, guys. During commercial aviation's history, we had a period of time when the biggest problems safety-wise were the airplanes. The technology was the issue, Mac Star. You name it. It could have been materials that we used to build airplanes, or their components like engines, fuselage, structure in general. It could have been poor maintenance, or, I mean, not poor maintenance, but just poor parts quality used, like, I don't know, with the crashes with DC-10, with the pylons. It could be the automation of the airplane. It could be this or that. However, at some point, we've crossed a line where airplanes technology stopped being the most serious safety issue, and it became the pilots. Unfortunately. I mean, not the pilots, the human factor in general. Pilots are very well-trained individuals who really take this seriously, but humans are humans. And what Airbus is doing is, whenever you operate the airplane safely and correctly, it's not going to really interfere with you. It's gonna let you fly however you need to fly. However, during your darkest moments when human factors really start acting against you, let's put it that way, it's an airplane that's gonna push back. This is the idea. That's kind of how I see it. And this is why the safety is, I would say, really good with this airplane. It's not a perfect design. It has imperfections, and there is no doubt about that. Like any piece of technology. But really, during these darkest moments, it's fighting back against, doing something stupid. And I think that's a good thing. It just takes direct law go yeah, but direct law is a result of technology failing. Well, if you're looking for a thrill of manual flight, yeah, go do some direct law flying. That's gonna be fun. This aircraft sucks in direct law, unfortunately. It's hard to fly it with a side stick in direct law. And not hard, but it's just awkward. Something like 737, it's very natural to pilot. Airbus is not that natural to pilot in direct law, to me at least. It's just, I don't know, it's awkward. Because when you have a column that gives you feedback on your hands as you fly, I find that incredibly helpful. But well, that's just me. That's just me, chat. I'm not saying that what I'm saying, by the way, is 100% truth, but that's kind of how I see aviation and Airbus in this conversation. So, for example, what I like to do, not to be bored, sometimes I just like to fly, in specific ways, a bit of raw data, especially. I keep the aircraft's protections and its flight control system, but I make the navigation part and flying more fun. But yeah, the thrill of just handling the airplane yourself, it's gonna be bigger in Boeing, and there's no question about that. It's gonna be bigger in about any passenger jet aircraft. Even the fly-by-wire Boeing airplanes are gonna give you more thrill from manually handling it properly. Okay, top of descent is coming up, so let's start setting up for the approach. I'm gonna pull the weather one more time because I didn't pay any attention at all to what time it was from. Let's see that tailwind component. By the way, 400 feet per minute is still safe landing. Even 600 feet would probably be a safe landing. It's definitely an unpleasant landing. It's the type of landing where you just try not to look at your calling. However, it's still, you'll be okay. In real life, we don't really measure the landings by feet per minute. We measure them by load acceleration, or G-load. And hard landing begins from 2.5 Gs, really. So 400 feet per minute is roughly 1.5 Gs, 1.4 Gs, depending really on some other factors. So think about that. How much more you have to go to do 2.5? Do Boeing fly-by-wire planes have a tactical feedback system? I believe so. The 777 and 787. The whole feet per minute thing is really a flight simulation stuff. Oh man, what do you want? I already know what it's gonna be. Let's see it, chat. What will Mati cook for you? Raw data VOR. I figured. I kinda knew that that was gonna be the request. We just did visual on the last stream. I kinda predicted this because somebody else wrote in the chat at the beginning. Do VOR. Yeah, it was Franek. It was Franek, I remember. Let's see, runway 36 left. God damn it, it has VOR approaches. So we're gonna do VOR Charlie. Have you ever been to Berlin? I did. Sounds like torture? Nah, it's really not. It just takes a little bit extra workload for me. Oh man. It's a circle to land with terps. Wait, okay, I have to slow down because I have to think about this approach. I have to think how to actually fly this. Let me see how the aircraft will draw this for us. So it would be VOR. It's not even coded in the database. No, it is. Okay, VOR Alpha. Well, I have a bad news for you. We're not gonna do the VOR Alpha. I can refund your points, or you can request visual or ILS or data. Because VOR Alpha is just stupid to do. It's gonna take half an hour to fly that approach. Raw data ILS, okay. Well, you know what, that's a good idea, because Jack wants to learn, and we were supposed to do raw data ILS in Taipei, but we didn't get to because of the traffic. So we're gonna do... Because if we go for VOR Alpha, look, it's to the wrong runway. I don't want to land on this side, I want to land on this one. So this is like Santorini, basically. And we'll have to do a circle to land on 36 left. The problem I have with this is not that part, it's this part. Because if we have to fly this raw data, this arc will take 20 minutes, literally. But, here's what we're gonna do. This is not the last time we are flying into Okinawa. Because I'm surprised with these approaches, and they look fun to fly. I just don't want to sit on the approach for 20 minutes today. So we're gonna come back here on some other stream. Maybe we're gonna use even Okinawa in a tutorial. It has everything I need. Almost. Okay, let me see that weather, because I was interrupted by this request. (1009er). (291203). And the only real pain in the ass approach, I would say, is NDB raw data. NDB raw data, that one is true pain in the ass. VORs are okay. Because the aircraft does not have a fantastic way of displaying VOR NDB information for you. I don't even have an NDB to use now, but basically you have this greenish needle and that's all you have. For VOR, you at least have this. You have HSI. But for NDB, nothing. So it's really frustrating to fly in this airplane. I don't like it. I've flown it twice on the stream and I didn't like it. It's flyable. You can keep the approach stabilized because, you know, NDBs, they don't have high accuracy margins, so you don't have crazy approach stabilization criteria like you do with ILS or RNP. So you can keep the aircraft stable, no problem, in terms of lateral flight path, but it's just frustrating to fly. Okay, what's gonna be the missed approach altitude here? Oh man, this was... Well, you see, I'm so sorry I didn't know about this airport, because look at this go-around. It's so perfect for our missed approach considerations. So, basically, in case of missed approach, initially we proceed straight on runway heading, that's 003. Left turn to intercept radial 308 from November Hotel Charlie. to 9.5 DME. Climb max 1,200 feet until 8.5. So this is such a threat. This is the lowest missed approach altitude I've ever seen. Up until now it was Arlanda, 1,500. This is lower. We have to modify this page. I'm gonna do it 800, 800. And we're gonna do go around soft. Ah yes, Tolis is... You don't have to type 0 in real life. ILS approach is quite okay in this airplane. You'll see. Is that our diversion route? Ah, yeah, it is. So it uplinks that as well. I didn't know that. We're gonna use low outbreak. Still, we have pretty hot brakes from the previous flight. 160 still. No worries, no worries. Okay, whether I have... I kind of self-briefed here. I have to check out the arrival. Arrival very complex, as you can see the star. Velno to Vigor, and Vigor is on approach, that's it. Love Japan. Okay, this is for the holding, we don't care about that. RNP 1, GNSS required, procedure south, runway 35 left, that's what we are talking about in our case. ILS Zulu. And we're gonna go via Vigor to Bliss to Bost, essentially doing that part raw data. Couple of particularities here to talk about in threat and error management. Then there is AGC. Now you see why I really wanted to land runway 36 left. I want to taxi via this. I want to see how it looks. It's a longer taxi, unfortunately, but I want to take a look at that. So we're gonna land. You know what? It makes absolutely no sense to brake, because here's why. We are flying on Unicom. There's no traffic. During busy event, we would probably want to vacate Tango 4. But during flight on Unicom in the middle of the night, it makes no sense to brake hard to vacate Tango 4, only to end up in the same place that you can end up if you just roll on the runway without using any brakes. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna land with no braking, only reversers, and then only at the end brake to vacate at Tango 2. Or Tango 1, doesn't really matter. And then we'll taxi via Juliet, either one of the two. We'll have to cross the runway at some point, and on to International Terminal we go. We'll probably taxi in this case via Bravo Whiskey 1 Echo 1. Alright, since we're already briefing, I'll just start discussing the arrival with you. So here we have Velno, absolutely nothing special, MSA 2.7, extra fuel 13 minutes. Then we have ILS Zulu approach via Vigor, low platform altitude, short approach relatively here, max to 10 at Bliss, we will want to be slower anyways, minima to 20, stabilization at 1,100 feet, and missed approach 1,200 feet, initially straight ahead, left turn, intercept radial 308. Yes, this is X-plane 12. And then we continue 2,000 feet via the arc. No, this is, we're flying an X-plane today. Yeah. When whichever simulator I stream, because I stream both X-plane and MSFS, I stream them under MSFS category. It's how, for the longest time, streamers were. I know now some people stream X-plane with X-plane tag, but I don't. Cool. We've already briefed the taxi routing. I want to focus on threat and error management. The biggest threat I see to this approach is actually the go-around. 1,200 feet is crazy low. The aircraft is going to have so much energy. We really have to be ahead of it. And the problem with Tolis, I just realized, this aircraft cannot use soft go-around. It's bullshit. It's bugged. So we have to do it normally. To mitigate this a little bit, we've modified non-standard our thrust reduction and acceleration to 800 feet just to have margin. But we have to be really locked in for the go-around if we have to do it. And actually that's the only threat I see other than VATSIM. Yeah, I see it, but no worries. Even if you start descending late, that's usually not a problem. You can always catch up. So that concludes our briefing, guys. Let's see. Bliss. And Bliss is at 2,000 feet. We want to... That's a relatively early top of descent. What cost index do I have? 34. What are my speeds in descent? 286. That's fairly okay speed. Why is my top of descent so soon? Interesting. And I didn't mention flaps full, max reverse and idle, and no auto brake. We're gonna do manual braking. Yes, but sim brief will not be affecting your top of descent. This is something that the aircraft add-on will compute based on how the developer programmed the VNAV. And now that might be accurate to the real airplane or not. I like to cross-check it anyways myself, so what I'm gonna need today is 120 miles plus couple of miles for deceleration, so actually I changed my mind. This is not conservative. I just fucked up my calculation before. Okay, we're gonna go with manage descent then. If it seems accurate, it can do it. And at some point we're going to disconnect the autopilot, then the flight directors as well later on the approach. So the ILS raw data, fuck my life. There is a very particular thing about ILS raw data. You have to fly this as early stabilized approach. I'm gonna put one, no, I'm not gonna give speed because we have tailwind. Early stabilized means we have to have full configuration, everything, latest by final approach point. That technically is boost, but boost is 4 miles final, 5 miles. No, it's actually 4 miles final, so that's kind of late. I'm gonna put it at Bliss instead. And that means we probably should start descending. You can just go all the way down to one level above transition, which will be 150. So yeah, we'll have to early configure the airplane, so we're gonna need some extra distance for that. Or a bit of spoiler action, whichever. I need a very quick toilet break, chat. I'll be right back with you.
Retard, retard, retard.
Okay, I'm back. Holger, thank you very much for the follow. Sorry, I was away for a quick bathroom break. We're just descending into Okinawa to do some raw data ILS approach. Very interesting approach, this one. I mean, the go-around is super interesting. It's quite a big airport as well, when you look at it. There must be a lot of people living on Okinawa. Let's see how many people. Okinawa population. I'm going 3.6 left. It has 1.5 million people. Wow. And there is a big military base there, apparently. It has 80,000 personnel. I mean, US military base. So interesting. Yeah, profile-wise, we're okay. I mean, I trust the airplane. With experience, you trust the airplane. Sometimes when... It depends, really. If I'm lazy, I don't like to use the descent mode. I prefer open descent, but when I'm lazy, I just let it do its things, and then I interfere if I don't like what it's doing. We can do a quick cross-check of that. So, let's see. At flight level 260, I would like to be 80 miles from Bliss plus, say, 10 miles, which is 90, which puts me a little bit high on the profile, but at the same time, the airplane is not heavy, and we have just a touch of headwind helping. So, yeah, it might be the correct profile. I would say it's slightly high, but not by much. So no need to panic, no need to do anything. If it's just slightly high, we can always correct for that later. For now, we're just chilling. Oh yeah, of course. Thank you. I forgot that it's even there. And also the distance I'm computing based on is the shortest routing. In real life, ATC maybe would give it to you. We're in the sim. I'm not gonna give it to myself because it makes no sense actually. So yeah, probably we're on the profile. Oh, wait a second. I see somebody below me. Uh-oh. Rifty, is that you? Yes, that's you. Just watch out because we might get a Tikas. It's kind of on me to watch out. What can I do to avoid that Tikas? I'll level off for now. Since we're gonna get very high from leveling off. Let me see what Rifty is doing. Rifty is descending. No. We're trying to be realistic. It's okay, we'll find a way. You level off. Okay, I descend then. You know what? I suggest take 5 degrees to the right. I'm gonna take 5 degrees to the left for now. How did you creep up on me like this? Oh, there he is, guys. That's Rifty. Going 5 to the right, I go 5 to the left. That's gonna create a little bit of spacing between us, and then we can just go with our respective directs and... Yeah, me too. It's a very nice livery. That's why I used it in the video as well. Let me see 3-6 right approach. Rifty, can you maybe proceed to Deji, and I'm gonna go to Bliss? That's gonna further enhance the separation a little bit. In a couple of minutes, I mean. Or you just proceed now and I will slow down. That's also a solution. I will get behind you that way, because I'm gonna be doing the raw data, so I have to fly slower later. Yeah, it's a very nice livery. Yeah, sometimes we do it. I try to do one every month, basically. If airports and situations allow for it, I do it. We can descend 10,000 feet, let's say. Keep high speed, Rifty. We're gonna make even more space. We'll be okay. We'll be okay like this. I mean, it's close by, but just to avoid the Tikas. I'm letting him go ahead so I can do my raw data nicely. Okay, he's now passing behind us. Hello. Just so you know, I'm streaming, but I'll be finishing soon. How much do I have to bliss? 60 miles. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I'll proceed direct to Utaki. I'll change my routing a little bit. That should do the trick, and we'll have just a simple base like... You know what? I don't like when airplane does that. Instead, I'm gonna do this. Recapture my profile. Vertical speed minus 2500. And the airplane will just gently accelerate to, you know, away from the selected speed, keeping the engines at idle, but it's not gonna duck under like a rock chasing the speed. It's slightly more comfortable this way for the passengers. I mean, the airplane is not crazy, but sometimes it just goes a bit fast, so I like this. And Rifty is right there. Yeah, nice. We're already parallel, and I think we're gonna stay like this almost until landing. I mean, Rifty, you might have to actually fly slower later because I'll be doing raw data ILS, which means I'll be very slow. I didn't think about that, but it already looks super nice. Right now I'm gently accelerating to 260, but I'll slowly start reducing my speed, so it's gonna be 250. Vertical speed 2000. This is really cool, flying this close to another airplane. I mean, we could be even closer. But yeah, I was trying to separate us nicely. And since I'm already flying in selected speed, I mean, since I'm flying in vertical speed and the aircraft it cannot match that speed because I'm forcing it to descend, I can activate approach phase already just not to forget it, and that's it. QNH. You know what the problem is? I forgot what the QNH was. We can start reducing rate of descent, and I need to request another METAR. What is my destination again? Romeo Oscar Alpha Hotel. 1009er. Okay, set QNH. It's gonna be in hectopascal. 1009er is set, cross-checked. Altitude 13,000 feet. And let's verify it on performance page. 1009er. Approach checklist. Baro ref QNH 1009er. Seatbelts on, minimum 220 baro. Auto brake off, engine mode selector normal. Approach checklist completed. I'm gonna use the mini spoilers now, because I just need a touch more drag. Or for a second I'll force it to go down, that's gonna increase the drag as well, but I will have to force it to maintain speed soon, actually. .250 selected. How much distance do we have to Bliss? 36 miles. We're more or less on profile, but we're gonna have to really drastically reduce the speed on that base, like so. Okay, for the time being, we're going to maintain slightly higher speed just to recapture our profile. MSA is how much? 2,000 feet. So latest by 5,000 feet, we have to reduce to 250. But this way, we can catch the profile very easily. Even get a little bit below it. There is Rifty. Yeah, but we are high on speed, which is why it's doing that. But I will soon, once I'm 1,000 feet below, I will just pull open descent and the aircraft will start reducing the speed, and the dot should come back. Well, the idea is to match it exactly. If we're gonna get it done exactly or not, we'll see. Sometimes you miss it a little bit, but we shall see. There we go, thrust idle open descent. So I wanted to get down below my profile using higher speed, because the airplane has more drag at high speed, allowing it to descend a little bit quicker. And now that I did descend a little bit quicker, I want to use the fact that I'm low on profile to reduce my speed and get back to it, basically. I'm trying to trade the energies. We'll see if the trade is good or not, but if I'm a little bit low on profile, I'm happy. I'm trying to avoid being high, because being high is fine, but I don't love it on raw data approaches. They require you to be quite conservative by procedures. Yes, I set it back to 1080 because some users have problems with it, so I didn't want to it's not a big hassle if it's 1080 for others, but if it's 720, that hurts, right? So you see the yo-yo is slowly coming back. We kind of almost matched it nicely. Almost. We're gonna be some 300 feet below the profile, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe 200, but that's okay. $270, 260 feet below the profile. That's absolutely fine. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go on heading because I have to do the raw data ILS and I have to somehow position for that as well. But raw data you cannot do it in nav mode, right? So we have to have some other means of self-positioning, and that means could be a heading. Basically. So heading 080. Speed managed, autopilot off. Fly directors off, bird on, and track 080, we can set that back, and we'll just position on that heading. And now I'm just flying the pitch to have the speed at 250, for now. $14 miles, 3,000 feet plus 100 knots. Okay. We'll see how that goes. Don't mind the pop-out, it's just like I said, Tolly screens are not easily readable for me. Just to ease my workload, normally we do those together with gear, but I will do it now. Just so I don't have to do that on short final while hand flying the airplane. Okay, I'll gently pull the aircraft out. By the way, cool thing about this mode, Track FPA, you have this bird. And if you take a look here, do you see the tail of the bird, the green tail? If you put the tail exactly on the yellow, on the white line, that's 3 degrees descent angle. That matches perfectly with your typical ILS approach. So if the ILS is 3 degrees and you just put that bird on the horizon, the tail, the airplane is gonna maintain the ILS very, very nicely. No, it's we are still quite far out. Okay, we can go flaps 1. It's gonna be a very conservative approach. You see, it's like completely out of the scale. So we'll have to wait a little bit. I just want to select the speed to force the airplane to not set thrust to not so it doesn't start adding thrust. We are pretty close here. But far enough, separation is good enough. I just have to adjust my path. I guess Rifty might be going for the short final. Came out very conservative, but it's okay. Flaps 2. Why isn't he on your ND? That's a great question. I've been wondering that myself. I don't know.
Traffic.
Now he's on my ND. Amazing. Okay, I'll just reduce my speed. Let's go gear down. And that's gonna, you know, keep it simple, stupid. If I'm getting too close to him, I'll just fully configure my airplane. Flaps full, speed checked, flaps full, and that's it. I've done the other items. I just will have to take a look at the econ memo later on to make sure, but I think I've done everything. Approach checklist is done. Next one is just landing checklist. Checked. It seems like he's slowly turning for his final. I'm waiting for mine. I will be turning final at around 0.8 miles. And the truck, I'll start setting it now. I'll maintain 2,000 feet. Will be 003. Okay, there it comes. I go to final. And then I just have to correct if I don't capture it exactly perfectly. Just careful not to bust the altitude. Lock alive.
Traffic.
Fuck off with that. No traffic, don't worry. Don't worry, airplane. And I'm just putting the tail, I mean the bird on the... Well, I will put it a bit to the right because I turned sharper, just not to face him so long. And eventually I'm gonna recapture my localizer gently as it comes in. Glide is alive as well. Within half scale deflection now, glide. By the way, missed approach altitude, oh, whoa, go to the right airplane, will be 1,200 feet, and I'll have to silence the warning. That is the runway. And now I'm just slowly putting the tail of the bird on the horizon. I did it a bit too quickly, that's fine though.
2,000.
More or less, we are nicely established. And landing checklist, Ika, memo landing, no blue. Good. Missed approach altitude is set as well. All checklists are done. Final configuration, so it will be a nice, stable approach. I mean, provided we don't make any fuck-ups now, but... We wasted quite a bit of fuel with this approach, but it is what it is. It was conservative from beginning, and then we just decided to drop everything just to reduce the speed. And there he is, look at him. So we have second parallel approach today. Very nice. And I'm just making small corrections, no need to rush. It's a very stable airplane. Give it a second after correction, see how it responds to you. If the response is not sufficient, respond more, but don't rush into things. We have to maintain slightly higher rate of descent because of the tailwind, but it's just 6 knots. And 1000 stabilized. The only bummer is that I don't have autopilot, that I want to enjoy looking at the airplane a little bit. But we also have to fly hours. By the way, also a 60-meter runway. They love 60-meter wide runways here. Every airport has them. I guess for pilots based here, this is the standard. In Europe we have a few, but we also have a lot of 45-meter runways. This one is 2,700 meters, so, which means it gives a bit of an illusion, no, of being super fat.
400.
Kinda like Stavanger.
300.
Okay, puppies and glide slope don't fully agree. I'll try to correct the puppies gently, but not too much.
200. Minimum.
Continue. Okay, I'm following the puppies only because I see that the glide path is
100.
escaping like crazy.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Oh, late on that touchdown zone. I wonder if in real life it's... But in real life it should be 900-meter touchdown zone. Spoilers, reverse green, decel, manual braking. Ah, we don't even need reversers anymore, I think. That was a nice approach. 70 knots. Maybe we do need needed reversers. I'll brake because Neo would scream at us here. Okay, 50 knots. 30 knots, and it wouldn't scream anymore. I don't know why sometimes X-Plane draws the 600-meter touchdown zones. I think it does that when it doesn't have like this custom scenery made by somebody for the runway. I don't know why. Because we've already found a couple of airports like this. Greek VATSIM controller, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to Okinawa. That was okay. It could have been a little bit shorter, but it was on the touchdown zone, so we'll take it. Today is a floaty day for us, without a doubt. Yes, I don't have any payware scenery whatsoever. Oh, these flaps just went. Okay, I'll take that. Let's take a look, because it's such an interesting airport design. Japanese have crazy airports. It's really nice. I mean, the island itself looks boring, but the airport is nice. But I see that I don't think many people work on Okinawa scenery, unfortunately. It's clearly not the most popular one. So that was an ILS approach for you. It was a bit low and conservative because, well, I usually do them conservatively, and then we had Rifty coming in, so we had to kind of... I thought the best idea was just to slow down our airplane. I have 2 videos posted, Jack, but the next one is gonna take some time. Greek VATSIM controller, I think it's really worth to have both simulators. I fly on both. Last month, I've been spending majority of my time in X-Plane, to be fair, but I think it's worth having both, especially if you catch it on the discount. This airport is not particularly impressive for X-Plane. There are airports which are much more in detail and are free, because the way the scenery works in X-Plane is basically you can submit your revisions of default airports into Gateway, and once they are approved, they go into the simulator. So any airport you might pick, if we go to the list and I type, since you're Greek, Athens, we're gonna see here contributors. So Mr. Dexter, Gist, Dikons, Jarek, some Polish guy, Julian, and Jostring. We have 6 guys. Is it 6? 6. 6 guys who worked on this airport to make it more true to life. So this is super nice about X-Plane. That's why I don't have any sceneries. Not every airport is incredible. Some are very nice. Some are just okay. But every default airport so far is more than enough to fly on VATSIM. Because even if this airport definitely does not have a lot of contributors, but it still has accurate lighting systems, accurate markers, taxiways, and so on and so forth. Which is, and this is kind of why I stream so much X-Plane, because I don't have to buy sceneries. Because that frustrates me. I mean, it's ridiculous. Not the prices of sceneries, but the fact that Microsoft still has not come up to with a solution where a user can enjoy his simulator without spending shit ton of money just to make the airport usable. Let's start the APU. The way I see this, it should be... This is a nice piece of texture. The way it should work is that basically default airports should be good enough to fly on VATSIM with correct deception of the airport, for the most part at least. And then you can have an option to buy a nice fancy ini-built scenery with working elevators for your favorite airports. That seems sensible to me. But having to buy scenery for every airport is tough. I don't love that. Huh? I don't know, 5 minutes? I'm taxing in Okinawa traffic, Dynasty 120, crossing runway 18 left. I really like this seawall that somebody made for this airport. It's very nice. Okay, let me hold position for a second, because my plan was to cross there. But looking at the placement of these lights, I'm not so sure if that's such a good idea. We might fuck up the lights, so we're gonna go to the right and exit the runway there. How are our brakes doing? 210 degrees, perfect. Considering how warm they were during the flight, I would say that's decent. Okay, let's stay clear of this edge light here. Ah, no, it's not the edge light, is it? No, it is. So as you can see, hiccups still happen and explain very clearly. But I don't think this is the most worked on scenery by the community. Basically, you can imagine this like Flight Sim TO already in the simulator, where you don't have to go and look for sceneries, but there is a lot of sceneries. I honestly don't know where they find people to do this. I mean, it's crazy. Ah, I I think I wanted to turn the strobes on, but by accident I flipped them off. Rifty, you went to a domestic terminal. Okay, I'm gonna taxi to Rifty, just so we end the flight together. I quite enjoy flying this airline. Such a new piece of the world. Again, the only downside is the time. I think we'll hardly ever get to experience a local ATC. Sir, don't do that. And again, I have no marshaller today. Why? Oh. It uninstalled itself somehow. Okay, I'll take a look tomorrow. We'll self-position. And to the right. Wait, too much braking. Captain, too much braking. Suspension going crazy. My sense of centerline in Tollis is very, very bad. Well, to be fair, I didn't see the centerline, but... what we're gonna do to correct for this, we're just gonna put the wheel on the centerline. Oh, I need less speed to do that. Ah, like this. Actually, ended up okay, but my sense of centerline when entering stands in an X-plane is horrible. Okay, cooling time elapsed, CPU available, shutdown. Guys, welcome to Okinawa. We're gonna take a look at the replay of the landing in a second here, and that's gonna be it for today. Rifty, thank you so much for joining. It was fun having you here. Some extra challenge with separation. Let's connect the jet bridge. Ah, it's gonna ram into this one. Boom. And jet bridge plus airplane totaled. Because it also hit the airplane. Well, what to do? It is what it is. Parking checklist. Parking brake or chocks. Parking brake set. Engines off. Fuel pumps off. Yellow elect pump off. Again, welcome to Okinawa. Okay, Rifty, I'm gonna disconnect from VATSIM at this time so I can take a look at the replay. Was a nice 2 flights today with China Airlines. Enjoy it. But why is this touchdown zone 600 meters, I wonder? That's just weird. But anyhow, here's our raw data ILS landing. A bit long, not going to argue that, but in real life we would have 300 meters more of touchdown zone. The aiming point is probably somewhere around here. Actually somewhere around the puppies, so... To be honest, it's not that long. If you consider that. Yeah, we didn't land much past it. What was the G-load of that landing? $1.1. I want to do a landing like 1. I don't know how am I gonna achieve that, but I think if you just release a bit of a back pressure. But I'm just being careful with that. One more perspective for that approach and landing, and we go offline, guys. It's been it's been enough, I think. There comes the beautiful airplane. It looks so good, this livery. I don't know why the engines are not really nicely spinning, but simply beautiful airplane. Nice. Cool. Alright. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming by. Also, thank you for watching the video on YouTube. If you haven't yet seen it and you don't know, I started making YouTube tutorials. They are available on my YouTube channel, which is in the description. I thank you guys. Tomorrow maybe I'll stream. I will see. I'll let you know on Discord as usual. And now I'm just going to go off to host somebody. Let's see. Why not? You too, Slayer. Thank you, Simo. Okay, well, host Grizzly, I'll mute now, and I'll see you either tomorrow or the day after that, guys. Take care.